What?
Your country is
Oh, wow. Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels, my most anticipated movie of the year. You know it. Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels, produced by the one, the only Daily Wire. And I'm already saying Best Picture. And if they don't get nommed, it's because Hollywood went woke. That's the truth. Did they keep Jonathan Majors falling out of that window? Well, there's only one way to find out.
contempt.
Gotta
We
watch.
who love and serve Allah fought back against the Americans and the Zionists from the scourge of secularism and the lands of unbelief.
Anyone gonna listen to Captain Saunders tomorrow? The retired Delta Force soldier with a new book out.
He's the polar opposite of those brain-dead protesters.
Given the current climate, should Clay Saunders even be allowed on campus?
Mr. Saunders is a close personal friend of Chancellor Friedman. This is a decision I cannot fight.
There are 3 ways Islam will...
Wait.
Chancellor Friedman, this is a decision I...
That guy. Wait, what show is he from? Monk. Wait, Monk, right? Yeah. I'm like, which show do I know him from? I mean, look, times is tough when you got to take a role in a Daily Wire movie.
cannot fight.
There are 3 ways Islam will conquer the West.
I'm going to be so for real. I am judging every single fucking person who is in this Daily Wire slop. This is not one of those, well, a job's a job. No, fuck that. No way.
Through immigration, through the wombs of our women, and by using our nation's...
But speaking of, when I had to take a week off recently, well, I went and did a little acting work.
freedoms against us. Are you paying attention?
Yes, we are.
Listen carefully.
Inshallah. Allah Akbar.
The great Satan, America, will fall. You are infidels. The bodies of women are not pure, and the men's souls are
Of course, blonde white women.
unclean.
What makes them so dangerous? Their goals are not in this life. But the
Remember, when conservatives refer to women that they need to protect, it's always blonde white women.
next.
I got friends here. I can't just leave.
Listen to me! In the law. We cannot run or hide from what is coming. We have to fight. I will be rewarded 10,000 times in the next life. When you die, you're nothing. Only one way to find out. That's the American way.
Yeah. He said the thing. Wow. I like that the one main terrorist guy kind of goes in and out of an accent. It's like, no, that guy sounded like he was from Ohio right there. Pay close attention, America, because we're not far from this being the everyday normal. The people are loving this. Yeah, also, this feels like they are regurgitating something else. And I don't mean just like everyday Islamophobia from both liberals and conservatives. Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay.
So I think
Okay, somebody had to retrick. Okay, wait. I think Jenny Nicholson made a video. Okay, Dead Domain wrote, I'm crying here. They didn't even make a new concept. They stapled onto a movie nobody saw 5 years ago that Daily Wire only bought They didn't make Run, Hide, Fight. They bought the rights, and now they're making this shit pile. Okay. Coming soon or already here. They're not even... They're so lazy. Like, that is how lazy racism is. It's so lazy. They're just doing what was already done in movie format 5 years ago. And they're like, but nobody paid attention when that one came out, but surely this time they will. Because Jonathan Majors, superstar, is in this movie. Yeah, the idea of Jonathan Majors protecting women when IRL he beats women. Well, yeah, we see a lot of that in conservative land. You know, that's kind of their whole thing. Let's support rapists and pedophiles and child abusers and domestic abusers and all sorts of abusers while proclaiming to be the party that is standing up for that is protecting women's rights and children's rights. Well, no, actually, they don't think children deserve rights. Standing up for children, protecting children. I love Jenny one day. I know Jenny's videos are so good. They're deep dives, though. It's always like, okay, maybe one day when I'm like, yeah, I got 3 hours. She is excellent, though. It's because they don't have a creative bone in their body. Yeah, and it's because they just do racism, and racism is the laziest shit that you can do. It does not take any creativity. It does not take any crumb of intellectualism. Nap Peaches, thank you for the 6 months. Savaz, thank you for the 31. L Breaks Loose, thank you for the bits. Okay, so trailer number 2 we've got. Now, it's not going to be nearly as good as Run, Hide, Fight, Infidels. But here we go. Uma, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. Nuit Etremel, thank you for the prime. Mandan Man, thank you for the 14 months. No, I have not watched the trailer, but we are going to watch it right now. I saved this for stream. Come on in.
Are you sure your parents aren't home?
I'm sure.
Big night plan.
Yes, okay. All right. I have faith in this. I have faith in this from just the couple, the initial couple moments. The initial first moments.
Who are you?
Why don't you have a seat right there? I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC, and we're doing a story on adults who try to meet teens online. You see how this looks, right?
On the ground! I don't really like your show, but America loves it. So I need to move you to Catch a Predator, 9 p.m. prime time.
Gonna be bigger than Lost.
My name is Dan Plum.
Do you know what you're auditioning for?
So you are playing a 13-year-old?
Is there time for a rehearsal?
We're gonna shoot the rehearsal.
Come in.
They're gonna love this.
Predator has never earned the recognition it deserves.
God, I love that he feels like Jake Gyllenhaal from
No
Nightcrawler.
more bottom feeders.
I want a whale.
Don't you ever just want to bleed them?
Maybe what I do is a little worse.
This could be our greatest segment yet. We're going to him. We don't do that. They come to us.
I don't understand what I'm doing here.
What you're
Is that
doing
Phoebe
is more than acting.
Bridgers?
You're cleansing the world of an ancient evil.
Let's catch us a predator. Who gave you permission to do this?
You have no plan.
I have to put him on television.
You're going to be so proud of me.
I don't want to be a bad person. Your definition of bad
Oh, this
and my
is so
definition
good.
of bad are vastly different. What would have happened if I wasn't here?
Yes. 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 The discourse around this movie is going to be so bad when people realize it's critical of this. When people realize that they are having the finger pointed at them as well. They're already calling people, pointing out that the show is problematic, pro-pedo. No, people are going to watch this and go, wait, is this fucking play also about us? Is this fucking play also about us? I think it was brilliant to have Lance Oppenheim do this because he has a documentarian background, and the way that this is shot, it looks so good. It looks so good, and they're giving it that documentary feel. He was such a good choice for this. Rob Pattinson was such a good choice to play Chris Hansen. He's got that like eerie, creepy Jake Gyllenhaal kind of voyeuristic vibe. And I think this clearly shows that this is a film that is going to be incredibly critical to the show itself, and in examining like the motivations of Chris Hansen and also the millions of viewers who would turn in, who, let's be real, this was maybe something that started off with the purpose of public safety, but that is not what it That is not what it became, or really what it existed as. Also the reason why the show ended. Yeah. I gotta be for real. This is one of the best trailers I've seen in a while. Like, this trailer alone is excellent work. Chris Hansen also fucked over the Onision investigation. I was following it when it happened. He made a mess out of it. Yes. And I think this was a show that also was, I think this was a show that predicted, or I guess set the stage for the rise of problematic true crime culture. Not that there hasn't always been this like fascination with the kind of spectacle and entertainment aspects, but this is a show that, you know, was in the 2000s when it first aired, and it became a huge market. Yeah. Oh yeah. I know I fucked up the pronunciation on that. I know I fucked that up big time. Okay. I'm not a perfect person. It's a perverse obsession with catching people committing perverse acts. The show didn't combat the issue of pedophilia in a way they think it did. I don't even know if they really thought that. I think if they were to be honest about it, which they wouldn't be, but I think this movie is going to be, I really don't think that they truly were about combating the issue of pedophilia, going after offenders for the sake of public safety. Now kick streamers are doing their own To Catch a Predator on their live streams, Louis Theroux. Yes. I mean, look, I think To Catch a Predator was the beginning of this culture that we are fully deep in. And now we have different technologies and platforms, but this was the beginning, in the same way that, like, later when we're going to talk about Perez Hilton, something I've been thinking about is consequences of those who created these ecosystems and cultures that have become so widespread and so deeply ingrained in our society that it's so normalized now, and it's so prevalent. I've already seen people making Perez Hilton. Yes. And there has been, for the last couple of days, something I've been kind of mulling over with this whole disturbing situation that has exactly to do with the fact that, almost with kind of an ironic twist, Perez Hilton now being victimized by the thing that he created, or that he was one of the original original creators of, and what he now finds himself, the situation he finds himself in, as now he's the center of the spectacle, that his mental health crisis and, lowest moment in his life being televised to the public and immediately content being made out of it. They 100% were not interested in doing something about the pedophilia issue. If it was, it wouldn't just be public shaming these people. They'd be advocating for the mental health these people need. That is what will actually keep kids safe. Yeah. It really blurred the lines between news and journalism reporting and spectacle. It really became this mass televised voyeuristic spectacle. And that's why people were obsessed with it. And I'm not kidding you. Like, this is, you look at the culture that surrounds us today, and it doesn't just come out of nowhere. And that's why I always like to look back on who were the early adapters, or who were the ones that really created and promoted this, like, these serious problems in how our culture behaves and like what we view as normal type of entertainment. Who's this guy? Kick streamers who did Vitaly Zorevsky. He was a Russian YouTuber, nuisance streamer, and internet content creator. He immigrated to the United States with his mother in 2006 when he was 14. Shortly after, he became known for his YouTube pranks and publicity stunts, some of which have culminated in him being arrested and imprisoned. From April 2025 to January 2026, Zorevsky was detained by the Philippine government over criminal charges of unjust vexation, theft, and public harassment that were broadcast on his Kick live streams. In January 2026, he was deported to Russia and subsequently blacklisted. Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a lot of these guys now. 10 million subscribers, 1.5 billion views. He was one of the Kick streamers doing Catch a Predator type shit. Oh, wait, I remember this guy. They filmed the Russian hitman prank. As part of the prank, Zorevsky approached a Boca Raton resort man and informed him that they had 60 seconds to get away from a briefcase he placed on the ground. After Zorevsky revealed the whole thing to be a prank and that there was a hidden camera nearby, the man started attacking him and his partner and called the police. He's been accused of staging his YouTube pranks. But look, in November 2015, Lionsgate had acquired worldwide distribution rights for a film in which he starred in called Natural Born Pranksters. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look at his mugshot. My God. Ugh. Haunting. He used to hire women to go streaking, only wear a shirt with his channel name during high-profile sporting events. Yeah, this guy's terrible. And there's a lot of these guys now. And this is only right now. I feel we are still reaching the peak of it. Like, I don't think we've even hit the peak. And then the subsequent backlash to this culture that has formed where people are creating under the guise of like faux journalistic faux journalistic content that has news value to it. And instead, and instead turning it into this spectacle and people yearning to see others destroyed on camera, not because of any ethical or moral reasons, but because it's fun. Is this the prank YouTuber got jailed in the Philippines for like yeah, this guy. Gold Gregory. Oh, I mean, Barry Balls. Gold Gregory, thank you for the 7th streak. Barry Balls, thank you for the 5 gifted subs and the bits. Shawnee, thank you for the 23. Jen, thank you for the 40. Justin, thank you for the 4. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Anyway, I do think that Primetime is going to be, it's going to be controversial when it comes out, because it really does look like it looks like it is eviscerating Hansen, To Catch a Predator, and the entire culture of mass televised voyeurism, spectacle, all that. And people who need a serious come to Jesus moment on how they've been active participants. Yeah, I've already said it gives Nightcrawler vibes as well, and Nightcrawler is very good. In lighter news, there's a new Coyote vs. Acme clip. Okay, we will be supporting this movie. We will be showing David Zaslav just how much we hate him.
Mr. Coyote?
I'm not kidding. I maybe would have seen this before. I'm definitely seeing this now.
Coyote. All right. Well, how can I help you? Oh, one of my billboards. Costs a lot of money to put those up. So you've been in an accident? Do you not talk? Oh, but you have signs. I don't understand. All right. Is that supposed to be you? And who's that? What? Okay, what do you... Oh.
Yes.
Mr. Coyote?
It looks so well made, and I feel like it's going to be super fun. I will be supporting. Goonie Donuts, thank you for the 3 months. Okay, so people are saying you are the brains behind Fear and Gaming. Oh, yes. A couple announcements. So we do have Fear and Gaming finally happening tomorrow. It is to help promote the tour, which now I am a part of. I am now on the tour. So I am also participating in Fear and Gaming tomorrow. I'm the brains behind all of it. Never forget. Never forget. How many shows? It's quite possible I'm doing 2 shows, which is a little wild because the end of August for me is slammed. When I get to scheduling, when I get to posting my schedule there, y'all are gonna have to bear with me because I basically have everything happening over the span of 2 weeks. There's a lot going on, and now adding in Fear and Tour. So if you are in Portland or Seattle and you are on the fence about getting tickets, and perhaps I could be the factor that inspires you to get tickets, well, I will put on a show. I promise you that. Okay, second announcement is that The episode I did with Matt Bernstein and Kat Tenbarge is coming out tomorrow, and it is a deep dive into Boy George, who we have talked about this week because of that AI slop genocide song. And let me tell you, it extends far beyond that. I'm really excited for the episode. I think it's one of my personal bests. I had a lot to add to the conversation. At one point, I was filling in a lot of like background info on Boy George and the period of time that he came up in the UK, and just how greatly he shaped pop culture in the 80s. And I finished. Also, could I just say too, it's so nice to be friends with people and be on a podcast where they let you speak fully. No shade, fear and. But getting to speak fully. And so there were moments where I was like, do I just keep going? Do I just keep talking? Because both of them were sitting there and listening. It was amazing. Yeah. So I finished and Matt goes, did you have that all in just the top of your noggin? I was like, well, I mean, I brushed up on my history. You know, I do my prep, but yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I love. I love getting into the context of a certain time period and how all of it is relevant into the discussion that we're having today. It's all connected. Cutie McBooty, thank you for the 10 gifteds. Thank you so much. The context, if you will. So yes, I am looking forward to that episode coming out tomorrow. Hope you check it out. And then what other updates? I think that's all she wrote for now. Got lots of cool stuff coming up this month, but I will fill you in as we get closer to those things. Okay. Will stream be normal time? So I think we are planning to game tomorrow starting at 5:30. Allegedly 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. So I'll probably go live right around then, and then we'll start off the Friday stream with gaming, and then once we're done, we'll do stuff afterwards. Are you guys doing Big Walk? I am not sure. I don't know if it's been entirely decided on. Is it Fear and Polykill Christian is joining? Yes, this is true. I will cancel my Fear and Patreon when the Caroline Cat and Matt show debuts. Maybe one day, we'll see. Okay, I did want to talk about Eli Roth, who I fucking hate this guy. And if you needed any reason past the fact that he's a genocidal freak and that he is finally admitted to using AI in this piece of shit horror movie, Ice Cream Man, which I saw some of the reviews on, and it is a mess. No shit, it's a mess. And it seems like he had previously lied about using AI and has now owned up to it. Anyway, if you needed one reason on top of that, which you shouldn't, because this is a guy who said that Greta Thunberg should be eaten by cannibals. Like he loves genocide, and he loves saying creepy, disgusting shit like that. Eli Roth, may I remind you, because I've told this story before, almost hit Farley and I with his car. That's right. Where we used to live, close by Runyon Canyon, there's this intersection, and people frequently will blow the stop sign. So living around there, I learned walking Farley that I needed to be very on the defense. And one day I was walking Farley, and I went to cross the street, and I see this like Escalade that is leaving the top of Runyon Canyon, driving down. I go, I bet this person's just going to blow through these stop signs. Oh, yes, they did. And so I stopped as I was halfway through the intersection. The guy keeps going. I look in the window, and it was motherfucking Eli Roth. Yup. And just to even double check, I went on, because this has happened a couple times where I'm like, is that so-and-so celebrity? I went online to like see other pictures of him in this car, and I had seen some. So I confirmed enough that it was Eli Roth. And you know what? That's a classic Eli Roth scumbag move. That guy is a dick. Okay? This guy is a huge piece of shit, and I got to keep it a buck. I have never thought he deserved the respect he got as a horror filmmaker. And I think a lot of people have held on to Hostel and still point to Hostel as like why Eli Roth is so great. And maybe it's because it was the first kind of torture, porn, horror shit that they had seen. But if you go back and rewatch Hostel, it's not good. It's really not good. And I'm separating that from my kind of general dislike of torture porn. But no, Saw beat it. No, I'm saying for individual viewers, it may have been their like introduction to horror, to that specific subgenre. And maybe they have a lot of like, they've held on to that, and it's carried their regards of Eli Roth through these years. But he is really, he's pretty ass. I'm going to say he's pretty ass. And I think also because Tarantino cast him as the Barajou character, and a lot of people just fucking love that movie and love that character. I think it also gave him this kind of buff. But I think Eli Roth is terrible as a filmmaker and also as a person. Tarantino put his name front and center on Hostel and pushed the hell out of him post Cabin Fever. Yeah, he definitely had the Tarantino. I think a lot of Tarantino fans were like, oh, Eli Roth. Tarantino loves this guy. I love torture porn. Never a fan of Hostel, though. Feels like Eli Roth's a little too impressed with himself, but never does anything impressive. Bingo. Yes. So anyway, this is his latest slop, Ice Cream Man. Featuring a scoop of AI. That's the revelation from horror director Eli Roth after he admitted to adopting the technology. Oh, is that what? Okay. In a few scenes of the slasher film, despite initially saying that animated sequences were brought to life traditionally. Oh, you mean a raging rabid Zionist is a fucking liar? He lied about using AI? I'm shocked. In an interview on Monday, the Hostel Helmer was asked if he used artificial intelligence in Ice Cream Man scenes featuring a Fleischer Studios style animation that entrances kids and transforms them into killers. I have an animation background and I drew it, Roth initially told website Polygon. You can just hear the ego in that. Him going, how dare you? How dare you even ask that? I drew this. I am an expert animator. I have a background in animation. It's like, okay, that may be true, but you didn't fucking do it in this movie. You didn't put that background in animation to use. I worked with an animation team and I wanted it to look and feel like there's an old Mickey Mouse cartoon where he goes to a haunted house and there's brooms and dancing skeletons and this kind of flowing dancing stuff and that jittery style of animation. So I drew the loop cycles and the styles. Then I had some animators help kind of make it a little more fluid. And I worked with an artist to give it a bit of an old-timey jittery feel. But I sat there and I drew out the frames that I wanted. Well, it later was revealed that Ice Cream Man's credits included a mention of Dark Half, an AI visual effects company. Confronted with this, Roth issued a statement to Polygon clarifying his original remarks in the review. I misspoke. This fucking guy. Oh, yeah, I misspoke. Really? Because you're just straight up lying in here. You had this ready to go. You had your answer on this ready to go. Really? You misspoke or you got caught? AI was used in a very small portion of a few scenes in the film. It was an opportunity where technology and creativity came together to help bring my vision for the film to life. Really? Because I thought you said you drew it yourself and then you used the help of animators to bring your vision to life. Really? Now it's technology and creativity are coming together. The attempted positive spin on this. Oopsie, but really, this is quite remarkable. Roth was not specific about whether his clarification referred to the animated sequences in Ice Cream Man. And then I did see, hold on a sec. Yeah, he should have just held up his hands and been like, I got caught. I can't remember if maybe it was Variety, but of course they were framing it as like, oh, not that Eli Roth lied and used AI and lied about using AI, but that the framing of it was to try to make it seem like actually it was a move Eli Roth made to have more independence as a creator, as a creative, where it's like, classic. Penske Media classic. Yep. They're going to start using terms like AI enhanced. They're already using all of them. I exist at the intersection of art and technology. Meanwhile, he could have hired some non-photorealistic rendering Blender experts to make the same style with actual control. What I don't understand is, like, why did he lie? Because companies are using AI, right? You have the Marty Scorseses out there who have been promoting AI in the creative process. So it's also his arrogance. Yes. It's not just that he used AI. He was like, hello, I'm Eli motherfucking Roth. He Eli'd. Some would say he Eli'd. He knows people hate it, and he also knows he's a hack. Yeah, I think this really had to do with his narcissistic ego. That he's like, you know this piece of shit? I did that all by myself. This absolute dog shit, that was me. How dare you take that from me? How dare? Way too many streamers doing sponsored segments for this movie. Are we surprised by anything anymore? No. I guess it's not surprising necessarily. It's just of course. Yeah. Most streamers don't have any lines when it comes to, or very faint lines when it comes to what they'll take money for, even when they have millions of dollars. There was a Variety article that made the Ice Cream Man production sound like such a good underdog thing. Yes, that is what I'm referring to. By ignoring the AI Eli himself, I was like, I know it was Variety or one of these Penske-owned trades that was, of course, spinning this in the way that they have spat out 100 pieces on Tilly fucking Norwood, trying to make Tilly Norwood a thing. We see through it. Y'all aren't slick. Okay, we know Penske Media owns all these trades. We know why the framing is how it is. A few reviews I've also seen claim the film feels borderline pedophilic with how it lingers on children licking ice cream in a scene where a 17-year-old ring. I don't even care enough to like read reviews on this movie because from the get-go, this was trash. Eli Roth is trash. And he's up there with some of the most vile Israeli, pro-Israel Zionist propagandists in the industry. Like coming after Greta, this grown-ass loser, 54 years old, 54-year-old man, and the comments he has made on a person who has put their life on the line, who is a part of something Eli Roth would never be able to ever be a part of because he's so self-serving and will never care about anything other than his own vile interests. Eli Roth was on TMZ yesterday with Ice Cream Man. Well, TMZ. TMZ. I'm surprised. I can't believe that TMZ would be promoting it. I'm shocked. Terrible person, terrible filmmaker, easy to hate. Straight up. If you can't hate Eli Roth, there's something wrong with you. He's made it so easy. Honestly, all you had to say was he got close to Farley in his car. Now fuck him. Yeah, Will and I were talking about Eli Roth and what trash he is today. And I said, did you know that he almost hit Farley and I in his car? And he was like, what? I said, yeah. What are you going to do about it, William? What are you going to do about it? Okay. Yeah. Almost killed your family. Farley, you will be avenged. I went into his wiki and there's a quote about wishing Greta got eaten by cannibals. Yes, he's a sick fuck. This guy sucks. Horror's having a good year. Figures there has to be some really egregious ones. Yeah, Eli Roth saw the great horror admissions and went, well, time to throw some slop trash. There you go. All right. So tonight we are going to look at the absolute mess that is the GOP trying to figure out what to do with Max Miller. And he has been dropping in the polls in an area that is incredibly red, and he is dropping against his Dem opponent. So now, of course, you have GOP members who are calling on him to step down, which they're not calling on him to step down because he's an abuser, because he's a violent man. They're calling on him to step down because he's become a problem. Big problem. What's going on with him? We are going to take a look. I talked about this last week, but a lot has happened since then, and really only confirming what we already knew, which is that this guy is a violent, abusive monster. Monster. Just because he could lose them the seat. Yeah, that's why now you have you have Republicans saying, I think Max Miller needs to step aside, because it's time is ticking too. Like, he has to drop out this week. And so I think now they're starting to apply the pressure, but he has already said, nope, not going to drop out. Nice try. So let's start off talking about him. And then I do want to give updates on the Perez Hilton situation. And then a couple other things. Okay. So starting off here.
The pressure is
Psych Pierre, thank you for the 7 months. Sweet Agony, thank you for the 6.
mounting on the Ohio congressman from inside his own party. Ohio's other senator, Republican John Husted, saying today, quote,
you know, it's nice to see CNN and other media orgs spending time talking about Max Miller and taking a little break from their classic Islamophobic attacks from non-stop now calling on people to condemn Hassan Piker. That has become the new condemn Hamas. Do you condemn Hassan Piker?
I believe Max would be making the right decision to step aside as a candidate and resign from Congress to focus on what's in the best interest of his daughter. Years from now, I believe he will look back and know it was the right choice for her, end quote. Montana Republican Senator Tim Sheehy went much further, saying this, quote, this guy is clearly a degenerate sociopath. Max.
CNN called him a dog abuser. He needs to start suing, sending cease and desist.
Should step aside and seek help, end quote. Miller has repeatedly said he will not drop out or resign, and he called for an ethics investigation into himself, which is now underway. The House Speaker, Mike Johnson, is
we're going to
look
at the bunny stuff.
Saying he would speak to Miller while the investigation plays out. But frankly, it doesn't seem like it's high on his list of priorities. Watch.
What's so wild too is how this man and his team keep going on. They keep making media appearances. They keep releasing evidence. It's not evidence that acquits him, but that he thinks makes him look like the actual victim here. Not only not the abusive party, but a victim. And yet everything that has been released only makes him seem more of a vile monster. It's so bad.
There's
he made
all
a
sorts of
response
domestic-
video. Yeah, let me just quick show you this. Look at just this clip alone. Okay. So he put out a 20-something minute response. This was a couple days ago. A lot has happened since then.
Custody exchange at my home that day, I assaulted her. Here's what actually happened, and I have the Ring doorbell footage that backs it up. She came to my home in a good mood, and we have text messages to prove it, which you'll have, to pick up our daughter early for a friend's birthday party. She was inside my house for several minutes when she left.
Also, this vile abuser is not blinking.
The video shows her walking out, carrying our daughter calm, in the same good mood, showing no distress whatsoever. And as they left, you can hear me say, "Goodbye, I love you, and I love you, Ruthie." Literally telling my ex-wife that I still cared for her. Does that sound like somebody who would just walk out and who have been violently thrown a wall and been abused?
Yes.
She didn't call the police after that.
Yes.
She didn't go to the hospital, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to know what she did?
This is textbook. Literally textbook.
She went straight to a child's birthday party. The very next day, we had a friendly phone call about our daughter's upcoming hospital procedure, and I drove in from Washington to be there for it. 6 days later, she offered to cook empanadas for me for dinner, just 2 days later after this alleged incident. The day after that, she invited me and my girlfriend, and which you'll have in text messages, to join her and our daughter at a playground. And that day, I just went with my former wife to the playground to spend time with our daughter. A week later, on February 15th,
Like, y'all, I know that no one needs convincing here, but this was something he recorded, meaning he could practice, meaning he could do as many takes as he wanted to do. And it is so apparent that this guy is a monster. And yet, right? And yet, hearing him, seeing him, the entire picture here, you're like, oh, this guy is horrible. This is literally just the if he was abusive, why didn't she leave? Exactly. It is abuse culture. This is textbook abuser and how victims respond when they are in an abusive situation. Oh yeah, well, if I was so awful to her, if I was so abusive to her, then why would she offer to make me dinner? Why would she text me?
she wrote to me in her own words, which you will see.
Bad vibes off the charts.
I think it's great you and I are in a friendlier place. She then offered me more extra overnights with our daughter, which I can prove to every single one of you is recently.
One of the biggest reasons why victims of domestic abuse struggle to leave or they feel a need to placate their abuser is when children are involved. Like, yes, this happens without children as well, but when children are involved, it complicates the situation so much. And often children are involved. And so this is a situation where his ex-wife has been in this custody battle with her abusive ex-husband. And we have seen already in the reveal of text messages and what has been reported on that how he treated his own daughter, how he was a vile, sick fuck to his own daughter who is 2 years old. She's a baby. Because the thing about domestic abusers is it creates an environment of it is an environment of fear and abuse and violence. It is not just directed, and it's not just directed at their spouse or partner, whoever's, the adult that is being victimized by the abuser in the household, but it extends to children.
Every one of these messages is time-stamped on our court-sanctioned co-parenting app and is all in the packet. Only weeks later did the story of February 1st assault appear, so ask yourself, if I had assaulted her, would she have offered to cook me dinner 6 days later?
Yeah.
Would she have invited me to spend an afternoon at the playground with her and our daughter?
I bet you people who have seen this video, even Republican voters, were probably a lot of them triggered by exactly that moment. Because, unfortunately, abuse is widespread. Domestic violence is something that afflicts a lot of people's lives. And I'm sure that moment right there, if I had assaulted her, would she have offered to make me dinner? I'm sure so many people heard him say that, and it triggered their own personal experience with being victims of domestic abuse or growing up in a household like that.
Would she have written that we were in a friendlier place? No, she wouldn't have, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy shit. Oh my God, this fucking guy. Okay, before we go back to GOP lawmakers pushing one of their own to resign, I have to read this story in Mother Jones. Representative Max Miller has a history of withholding his daughter's blue bunny, and we have the screenshots of emails and texts to prove it. Max, can redacted please have her bunny back? She's had it since birth, sleeps with it every night, carries it around her house, or carries it with her around the house. Please don't punish redacted if you're upset with me. Emily Moreno once wrote in an email to her ex-husband, Republican Representative Max Miller. Miller, the Ohio lawmaker who's recently been fighting for his political life over allegations that he physically assaulted Moreno and other women, posted screenshots on X last night that he said prove he didn't withhold their toddler's stuffed animal during an August custody exchange. So again, this guy keeps putting out texts and audio recordings and anything else that he thinks absolves him and also points to him as the victim in the situation, and it does the opposite. Miller, earlier this week, Senator Bernie Moreno, Emily's father, described the alleged incident to congressional reporters. Max would not hand over the little blue bunny, the senator said, when reporters in the Capitol asked about his ex-son-in-law. Literally held it hostage for 48 hours. This girl is crying at night because she can't sleep without her little blue bunny. And his answer is, I'm just not going to give it to you. So finally yesterday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, yesterday, he lets the little blue bunny go. This is the level of total and complete depravity. Miller, in turn, told Bernie Moreno to please stop the lies. But timestamps on the email from Miller's former wife show the conflict over the bunny began earlier, back in March 2025. It's one of several screenshots regarding the blue bunny that Mother Jones has obtained from a source familiar with the ongoing custody battle. Together, the screenshots of emails and text messages between Emily Moreno, Bernie Moreno, Miller, a parent custody coordinator, and lawyers for the involved parties suggest that the alleged withholding of the stuffed animal was part of a pattern of behavior and not a single incident. Miller's lawyers did not respond to Mother Jones' request for comment. Here is what we know. In March 2025, Emily Moreno asked Miller to return the blue bunny to their then one-year-old daughter via email. Can redacted please have her bunny back? She's had it since birth, sleeps with it every night, carries it with her around the house, and sees it as a source of comfort. You have always delivered it back to me when you drop her off. Please don't punish redacted if you're upset with me. I'm willing to pick it up from your house, your mailbox. You can drop it in my mailbox, please. Thank you, Emily. The next day, Emily Moreno emailed Miller again about the same subject. Max, if you lost it, please let me know. If you're choosing to not return our daughter's favorite toy for another reason, that is just cruel. More than a year later, in May 2026, Bernie Moreno texted Miller asking about the Blue Bunny, which he was apparently supposed to receive during a custody exchange. Evidently, I was supposed to get Redacted's Blue Bunny at pickup. She is asking for it. Do you have it by chance? Bernie Moreno said. To which Miller replied, you can go through the parent coordinator. This guy is such a vindictive psycho. You can go through the parent coordinator. I'm sure I'll see this one at the next hearing. If you need anything, have Emily call Dr. Redacted. I have no notes or record of what you're referring to. It's the Blue Bunny she sleeps with, but got it. Regarding what appears to be a third dispute over the stuffed animal in August, Miller posted screenshots of messages that he says proves he was not purposely hindering the child from getting her Blue Bunny back. So sorry to bother you about this. I guess Redacted left her Blue Bunny at your house and Emily is saying Redacted wants it back. Apparently her dad is offering to come pick it up from you. Please just let me know your response, wrote the parenting coordinator in a text to Miller. Miller replied, sure. According to the messages that Miller had posted on X and the screenshots obtained by Mother Jones, the Morenos tried to send a friend of the family to pick up the bunny. Sending Jared over to my home as a conduit was a bad idea, Miller wrote on August 3rd, according to his own screenshot. This guy is also just a stupid fucking asshole. But this is how somebody behaves when they have been a violent person their entire life and have never faced consequences for it and have been rewarded with power. That is who this person is. So he is posting his screenshots that show exactly what he's been accused of. Around the time Miller refused to coordinate with a family friend, Emily Moreno's lawyer, Andrew Zashin, sent Miller's lawyers a note. This is totally ridiculous, Zashin wrote in an August 3rd email. Please have Max return the bunny forthwith. Pam, for no apparent reason, Max is not returning Redacted's Blue Bunny to Emily. Dr. Redacted tried to get the Blue Bunny back. Dr. K made clear that despite her recommendation that the Blue Bunny stay with Emily, Max refuses to return it. Why must this be a controversy? This is totally ridiculous. Please have Max return the bunny forthwith. Thank you, Andrew. Throughout the fraught impasse, messages obtained by Mother Jones suggest that Emily Moreno and Miller's parenting coordinator played the referee. I advised him to let your dad get the bunny preferably from the mailbox, but he adamantly refuses. The coordinator wrote according to a screenshot of the erratically composed text reviewed by Mother Jones. I'm not coddling him. I advised him, preferably from the mailbox. He adamantly refuses, but I suggested you keep the bunny at your house to avoid these situations because unfortunately in a high conflict divorce, these situations blow up. Miller continues to defy calls for him to drop out of his campaign for re-election. August 10th is the deadline for him to withdraw and offer Republicans an opportunity to replace him with a less embattled candidate. Thus far, he shows no signs of doing so. I would not be surprised if even if he's aware that he could potentially lose in this very red district as this story grows. I can see this guy, because he is such an ego maniac and a very dangerous narcissist. I can see him staying in for the next 4 days so that Republicans can't replace him, because he believes that this is his God-given right, and he's very vindictive. Unless something behind the scenes very serious happens that is threatening enough to him to drop out, he would not do this for the sake of the party. Like, that's who this guy is. He is drunk off of his own power and off of his own individualistic interests.
Events going on with 435 members of Congress all the time. It's not my business to get engaged in it. The House Ethics Committee does its work, and of course they apparently have legal proceedings going on between the two.
This isn't the everyday domestic affairs of 430.
No, it's played out in the public, and it's awkward.
One of the things that really crystallizes what this is really about is the apparent saga around Max Miller's daughter's stuffed bunny. And any parent knows that if you have a child who sleeps with a stuffed animal, it is absolutely heartbreaking to discover you've left it behind. Your child might be beside him or herself. And it seems like some of this played out with Max Miller and his daughter's stuffy. There have actually been at least 3 documented incidents. Can you walk us?
Also, I'm going to say it too. I think Bernie Moreno has started to speak out, not due to genuine wanting to genuinely protect his family, because we've seen that this guy doesn't give a fuck, that he has allowed his family to be terrorized by this piece of shit for the sake of protecting conservative power, for the sake of protecting his own seat, his own power. I think he's spoken out this week too, because this has blown up to a very serious degree. And now it is potentially going to screw things up for Republicans in the district. So that is why Bernie Moreno, his own ex-father-in-law, is speaking out. And that is why growing calls from the GOP are calling on him to resign or end his reelection bid, because it's about the consequences to the general, to his reelection, to maintaining power in the district. It's on brand for Republican politicians. It only came out after their own petty back and forth. I guess Max tried to
I know you have new reporting that you've put out today of the times that Max Miller has apparently withheld this bunny. And again, he denies the abuse allegations against him. I want to underscore that. But when he apparently denied his daughter access to this bunny, and this happened as recently as this past week.
And even still, Bernie Moreno had more spike, had more like vitriol in his words for Fauci. The way, if you compare the difference in how he has spoken about and to Fauci versus his abusive ex-son-in-law. Wild.
Yeah. So Senator Bernie Moreno brought this up the other day at the Capitol building and talked about how recent it was. And so after that, Congressman Miller posted these screenshots that he says proved that he did not withhold the bunny, that he was working with their parenting coordinator to get the bunny back to the child. After that, I got some screenshots of emails and messages from a source that showed that Max had, on several occasions, withheld the bunny or made it difficult to get the bunny. In one incident, the parenting coordinator said that Max was refusing to give it back. I believe that was the most recent one.
Yeah, let's put that up on the screen, actually, and
August 3rd.
I'll read it, and then you can continue to talk about it. So this is the parenting coordinator, and it says here, "I'm not coddling him. I advised him to let your dad get the bunny." Presumably that your dad refers to Senator Bernie Moreno. Preferably.
Also, one very serious aspect here is that their 2-year-old daughter had a fractured collarbone. And yes, that is something that can commonly happen with young children, and it does not point to them being abused. They have baby bones, right? Like that can be something where maybe the seatbelt does that, or just something else that is not abuse. But there was a handprint bruise, and that was what had the doctors very concerned. And Emily, his ex-wife, said, well, I know how he has treated me, so I can't rule out that Max did this to our daughter because he has done this to me.
From the mailbox, but he adamantly refuses. But I've suggested you keep the bunny at your house to avoid these situations, because unfortunately in a high conflict divorce, these situations blow up often. Mm-hmm. So, and this dates, I mean, the documentation you have around these incidents, some of it dates back over a year.
Right, to March 2025, Emily Moreno sent Max multiple emails, saying, please, Max, give the bunny back, and please tell me if you've lost it, because if you've lost it, then that's one thing, but if you're like not giving it back for the sake of not giving it back, that's torture and it's awful.
Yeah, let's put that up on the screen. So in March 2025, Emily Moreno asks Max Miller to return her bunny.
Yeah,
so her
also
daughter's
CNN.
1 at this point
Fix
in
your
time.
fucking audio.
And the redacted is the name of her daughter. Please have her bunny back. She's had it since birth. She sleeps with it every night, carries it with her around the house, sees it as a source of comfort. You've always delivered it back to me when you drop her off. Please don't punish our daughter if you're upset with me. I'm willing to pick it up from your house, your mailbox. You can drop it in my mailbox. Please. Thank you, Emily. And then the next day, she emailed him again and says, Max, if you lost it, please let me know. If you're choosing not to return our daughter's favorite toy for another reason, that's just cruel.
Yeah, so what I've found through these screenshots of emails and texts is that there's a pattern of at least 3 instances in which this blue bunny that the child loves so much and sleeps with every night was being withheld by Congressman Miller. And I reached out to Congressman Miller's team, his lawyers, last night and have still gotten no response.
Carrie, Dan, I mean, this is, this set of examples puts a very sharp spotlight on what is a broader story about the congressman. Of course, he denies this pattern of the allegations of abuse that 3 women have leveled at him over the course of years. The question for a lot of Republicans behind the scenes is whether this is putting his congressional seat in jeopardy. Now, there is, of course, a moral judgment to be made, right?
Senator Moreno scum, if I was a U.S. Senator and someone did this to my daughter and granddaughter, I'd have them black bag to Gitmo. Yeah, under the fucking jail.
And again, Max Miller denies all the allegations. But it is the political one that might force him to take some sort of action. So far, the president has not called on him to step down, but we've been reporting there's all kinds of pressure behind the scenes. What is the possibility that all the things that we just laid out here could ultimately cost Max Miller this seat?
Well, this is a seat that Democrats identified months ago as a potential target. It's one that Donald Trump won by 11 points. In this political environment, that is not a crazy reach for Democrats to be able to get. They also really like their candidate in this race. His name is Brian Poindexter. He is an iron worker. He's sort of one of these guys that looks like, I feel like Washington Democrats love candidates who look like this. He presents as very working class. He's wearing a hard hat in the ads. They feel like he's going to be really well resourced in this district.
Yeah, there was a new poll out today that showed Miller is now down 14 points to Poindexter, and awareness of domestic violence allegations has gone up to 86%. So this went from something that maybe a few people had heard about or had read something about to a significant increase in awareness. And that is why the GOP is now scrambling and trying to get this guy to drop.
And so this is definitely a district that could potentially be in play. We currently have it rated as likely Republican at the Cook Political Report. If Max Miller does not drop out by a deadline of Monday, we will move that into a more competitive category.
Yeah. Sochi,
Remember, they don't care if you're fucking pedophile as long as they are sure you'll win. Okay? They don't care. They're pedophiles welcome. If you can win, if you can win the seat, if you can hold on to power.
Democrats talking about in terms of this district now. And again, this conversation, it is both political and moral.
Asking an honest question, do we put any responsibility on anyone with the spouse they chose? No. It's called victim blaming. And it doesn't matter what the victim's politics are either. Now, you can talk about how Emily Moreno, unfortunately, is a person who is both a victim of domestic violence and also through her professional work and her politics has been a barrier for other victims of violence to address women who have worked to make it harder for other women to, no, that's not, but what you're saying is victim blaming. See, you need to be very careful. You need to be very careful because the way that you came out and said that is immediately reading as victim blaming, because what you're saying is, oh, do victims have responsibility with the violent spouse or partner that they have chosen? That is 100% victim blaming, and it takes the responsibility, even if it's like taking part of the responsibility, it still takes the responsibility and the accountability away from the person who is doing the abusing. Yeah, also, situations are all different. Sometimes, yeah, Nikki's right. Sometimes abusers completely switch up once they're married or have a child, but it doesn't matter. Like, it does not matter because that all contributes to an environment where abuse flourishes, where abusers get away with it, where they are enabled, especially when they are in positions of power like Max Miller. He has a history of violence. He has a history of abuse. No, I meant when they chose an asshole Republican who has a known history of... No, you're still blaming. See, you're still blaming the spouse. So that actually serves Max Miller. That actually is in service of him and removing accountability from him, removing the responsibility from him because of what you're saying, the way that you're framing it. You are framing this so completely wrong, and you are aiding Max Miller's his interests. You are confusing the conversation on, say, like what popped up around Lindsay Fifield as well. Okay, what pops up around victims who are people in positions of power that have directly made it harder for other victims to be believed, for this culture to support victims of abuse, victims of violence. I think that is a legitimate conversation to have, but it never changes the fact that nobody should be a victim of abuse. Nobody deserves that violence. And you know who that aids? It aids abusers. Anytime you start prioritizing the, not even prioritizing, anytime you put the onus on a victim of domestic violence, you are aiding the person who committed and has and continues to commit that violence. Think of it this way. You're saying she should have chosen someone good when the problem is that the man is terrible regardless. Okay. Anyway, y'all, you don't need to pile on in a situation like this. You don't need to pile on and tag the chatter. I'll handle it. I think I handled it. So hopefully they understand. I hate this guy, so I don't agree. I loathe these men. I don't ever want to victim blame. No one deserves anything like that. It's not about deserving. I understand what you're saying too. Okay. Good.
But again, the reality is that Max Miller is digging in because of the politics.
Well, and the Republican Party has a decision to make. They can either do the right thing, and by Republican Party, I truly mean Donald Trump and Mike Johnson. Donald Trump has a tight grip on his party. And the interview with Jake Tapper from earlier this week was very clear that Miller was talking to one person, and that was Donald Trump. And he understands that if Donald Trump were to call on him to resign, that is it for his political career, and that cannot happen. Donald Trump holds a lot of power. He can either show us that the Republican Party is going to embrace allegations of assault, and that character is negotiable when it comes to the Republican Party because it's potentially a close seat that Democrats could take, or he could do the right thing and do what is probably best for not only the Republican Party, but for the Moreno-Miller family, and ask for him to resign and take an actual stand on principle. And so far, he has not done that. And the way that Democrats have seen this is Democrats are quick, maybe not as quick as I would like, but quick to call on folks in their own party to either step aside or to not run for re-election. And that is not happening here. Democrats now do see this as a competitive seat. They see this as if Miller remains, that they will continue to make the case of character in order to win that seat. But it is unfortunate. And it's unfortunate for this little baby girl who it seems like her father is trying to inflict pain on her. For what reason? I mean, it is just, it's heartbreaking to me. Everyone, if you don't have a kid, you're probably thinking like it's a stuffed animal. it's not just a stuffed animal. You're trying to inflict pain on a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old.
What's crazy, too, is that Max Miller, part of his defense, has been trying to compare himself to Trump, right? He's trying to appeal also to voters and be like, you know that Trump was the victim of a witch hunt. Trump was found civilly liable of sexual assault, like in addition to the allegations he has, the many allegations. Trump is a rapist. Trump is a rapist. So him in this moment going, it's like how Donald Trump was a victim of allegations like, oh, buddy, you must not know E. Jean Carroll. Must have missed that case that was settled in court.
Who already does not understand what is happening in her family. And her parents and her dad is using her sort of for political purposes. And now she's having to go through all of this. It's just heartbreaking.
It's beyond the realm.
The pressure.
Okay, sorry. I know we hate Jake Tapper, but I do want to watch.
That would be incredible. So, Congressman, let's start there with your former father-in-law's story today about your daughter and the little blue bunny doll that she cannot sleep without. If it's true, that sounds like emotionally abusive behavior toward a toddler to refuse to give it to her when she can't sleep without it. Jake, I would agree that if that were true, that would be incredibly disturbing. And
you have that in your own fucking messages that you released, you piece of shit.
The senator would be right. However, he has taken 2 years to publicly acknowledge for me to resign from my seat. Why is that, Jake? If he truly believed, like I'm a father to a 2.5-year-old daughter, I believe that you're also a father to children. And I don't know if you're actually a father to a daughter. But what I can tell you is, well, Jake, then what I can tell you is that if my daughter came to me and she said, my ex-husband did X, Y, and Z, and then I waited because I was nervous that a political live stream was going to expose a deeply impersonal, embarrassing matter to the senator for him to take that action. Sadly, this has nothing to do with my daughter, Jake, and that's what this entire thing is about. This is nothing more than an individual who's being politically vindictive and talking about a blue bunny when I have text messages I can show you from our parent coordinator, who is a mandatory court reporter, who said that Mr. Moreno would be coming over my home, and then another individual came who I don't know.
Well, first of all, Congressman, you're faulting him for both not saying anything for 2 years and for saying something in the last 2 days.
Well, that's because, Jake,
it's possible that he didn't say anything because his daughter didn't want him to say anything because he didn't want this to become any more of a spectacle than it's become.
You could say that, but also dealing with
this guy genuinely gives me chills because he is such a clear abuser. Like, he's such a monster. And I always caution against saying like someone's got that look, because abusers come in all shapes and sizes, and that contributes to misinformation around abuse and how abusers operate. Like, there is no such thing. And it's really the mythologizing of abuse, right? That, oh, well, we would know because they always look one type of way. But so that keeping that in mind, but this guy is so clearly a bad guy. He's so clearly a bad guy.
This in a private family matter, then why couldn't have we had a conversation a year ago? If Mr. Moreno felt this was the case, why do we now have to be here on national TV exposing all of our personal family drama? Why didn't he come to me and say, Max, I don't believe privately that you should be in the United States Congress and that you need to look for a pathway out, and I do believe my daughter.
I don't know, but
it's
not really the issue, though, right? The issue is, the one I asked you about is, did you hold this doll hostage? Because that is emotionally abusive behavior.
Mr. Tapper, no. And just to further more than that, there have been 2 investigations that have already been looked into me. And I would like to just have a little bit of moment to explain. The first investigation that was looked into me was that my ex-wife, Emily Moreno, filed a report of child abuse against me. That first incident, 2 individuals were held liable.
Like, every little thing he's doing, I know why he's doing it. He says Mr. Tapper because he's thinking, oh, I'm clearly showing respect to this man. The opposite of how I show women. And so he'll fall for my bullshit because I'm respecting him. I'm honoring his status here. Mr. Tapper, Yeah. In the same way that he's like, you're a father to children. I have a daughter. You're a father to children. Come on, brother.
For abusing my daughter at a daycare, which I have a private settlement agreement from. I was found not guilty. They looked at my fingerprints. They made me take off my shirt. They made me look
hey, dude, look at what this dumb broad is doing to me. You're a bro. You should back me up.
at my body to make sure that I didn't abuse my daughter. And that was number one, Mr. Tapper. Number two, when I was reported for child abuse for my daughter for a broken collarbone, my daughter was in my ex-wife's care 9 out of the last 11 days, and she took her to the emergency room, which is a contempt violation from our shared parenting plan. Furthermore than that, Mr. Tapper.
Oh my God. Oh my God. His defense is, well, the majority of the time she's with my wife, and my wife took her to the emergency room, which is against our deal here, Mr. Tapper. And furthermore than that, and consequentially, and in conclusion, also, I don't know if they I haven't watched this yet, so I don't know if they get into this aspect, but yes, the Max Miller debacle gets worse. His ex-wife's lawyers say he shared pictures of their daughter's genitals to 200,000 plus people as part of his Dropbox effort. Yep. This is a new filing from Emily Moreno's lawyers regarding his video rant and apparently unedited Dropbox folder. Dear Mr. Mintz, yesterday you enabled your client, Congressman Max Miller, to share and disseminate to the public an electronic Dropbox folder of materials. This was in conjunction with a video rant about our client, Emily Moreno, that he posted on Twitter. The first time Miller shared the folder, it contained private images of Miller and Miss Moreno's daughter and left her name unredacted. At least one of those images could be considered child sexual abuse material because the daughter's genitals appear to be visible. The photo was in a document entitled EX306 OWF, bunch of numbers, date, with attachments and labeled image 9158 in the bottom right corner. The post with a link to the folder, published under your name, garnered over 204,000 views from the time it was posted until this afternoon. We write to demand an explanation about how this occurred. 1, whose idea was it to share this intimate image of the child? 2, why did your firm share it? 3, did you or your firm vet the images before sharing them? Did anyone? Who? 4, who removed the images from the second folder and why? Was it because someone realized that it was ill-advised and in the case of the potential CSAM image, illegal to share these images with the world? 5, how many people accessed and downloaded the intimate image and each of the other images of the child, including one in which her chest is exposed? 6, who accessed and downloaded the image? 7, what are you going to do about this? We view this matter with the utmost seriousness and hope you and your client do as well. Please respond by the close of business on August 5th. Honest responses should not take long. What the fuck? And also, just a reminder, her own lawyers have had to file suits against Max Miller. One of them had to file for a restraining order because he has been threatening and abusive towards her lawyers, because this man is just violent in everything he does. Yeah, 8, why the fuck did you even have that image?
Is this. These matters have already been looked into. Miss Moreno has already gone to the police. The police are not investigating it. Ask yourself, why aren't they investigating these things? You see yourself, I am not getting any special treatment. I have never done these things. These things have already been investigated. Yeah. I have no police reports looked into me, and we actually have evidence, unlike the other side. And so, you know, it's an honor for me to have a platform like this to continue to fight and to continue to show the American people that I've already been looked into. Right. I'm happy to be looked into again.
Is there anything that your ex-wife or your former father-in-law, Senator Moreno, say about you that is true? I mean, Senator Moreno said on Sunday that you have admitted privately that you need to get help.
This is the unfortunate part about this.
I don't
Not
know what
me,
just
yes.
happened.
And I have it in her own words. And
But
you
have
can
you
listen
said
to
it? Have you ever said that you need to get help, that you need to see a counselor?
No, not to him, no.
No, to anyone. Have you said it to Emily?
Oh, well, Jake, I think a lot of people within this country see a therapist.
I guess we're dropping the Mr. Tapper.
I've been seeing a therapist over the last decade of my life. This isn't anything new. I don't know why this would be any more important than anything else. I think it's healthy to talk to somebody and to share what's going on within your life and to work through problems. I don't look at this as a negative thing for someone to seek therapy, to go through something. And
agreed.
Yes, Jake, I've been seeking therapy for the last 10 years of my life.
Okay.
And I'm proud and honored to admit that.
When you did your live stream on Twitter or X on Sunday, you said you were doing so to protect your daughter. And you did so, and you also released a Dropbox on X with files involving your family to show that you were a good dad. Now, one of the files was an image of your daughter naked, and it was available in that Dropbox for a day before that photograph was removed. It's an image that your ex-wife's attorney says could qualify as child sexual abuse material. Your attorney has said that he is the one who did that, and he apologizes. But it is shockingly reckless behavior by you and your team.
I wouldn't say that it's shockingly reckless. That photo that was put in there is actually a part of an investigation by the Child and Family Protective Services, and that is already public knowledge that people can go and they can look through court-reported mandates. This is being taken very much...
Yeah, oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh, I mean, look, I'm glad that this man is fully showing his ass, fully showing how he is, but it's hard to hear. It is hard to hear this, how he has been enabled and for so long. And this is who this guy is. No one would have access that he's like, there's court, which first of all, they have to legally redact personal information and do not just have those photos floating around. Second of all, who gives a shit? Who cares? So you're like, oh yeah, we're just making that even more accessible for hundreds of thousands of people to see. And he wants to sit here and be like, actually, I am the one who cares about my daughter, Mr. Tapper. I'm the one.
Out of context. There was no genitalia of my daughter that was exposed, and this is once again a very salacious headline.
It's not
and Jake,
publicly available. We called the court today. It's not publicly available. But your attorney apologized.
I'm not defending it. It's awful. I
you
don't
just
like
defended
that.
it. You said it was taken out of context.
Well, because it is taken out of context in terms of how the articles have been written about it. I didn't do this. My attorney took full responsibility. I believe that it's awful. There was never any intent to do that.
Okay.
What I did on Sunday, okay, Jake, I went on CNN with Lauren Fox for a 45-minute interview about a month ago.
Right.
And
you
only
ran some of it.
Right. You ran some of it, but only 6 minutes of that interview was played.
That's how
and
TV
the reason,
works.
I know, Jake, but here's the deal, okay? She asked me a question, and she asked me a very, laced question and said, your ex-father-in-law and your ex-wife say that your daughter is terrified to go to your home. Every single time they say she's terrified. I then played Lauren Fox 3 separate audio videos, 3 separate audio videos of my daughter saying, I do not want to go to mommy's, I do not want mommy's, and I do not feel safe. None of that made it out there. Why?
Because it was recorded without her permission, is my understanding of it.
No, it's a one-party consent in the state of Ohio. And this is what I've had to do in order to get my truth out. I mean, you could say this is what the media does. They take a 45-minute interview and they clip it to 6 minutes of what they want the American people to see. That's why I did the live stream to lay everything out,
but
and I'm not hiding.
Congressman, I'm not talking about whether or not it was legal or illegal to record
I don't believe this
your
guy
ex-wife.
At all.
I'm saying
Why
that
would
the
you?
reason we didn't air...
What has this man shown to convince people that he's not a vicious liar? His behavior, his history, everything about him is screaming that he is a liar, that he is an abuser and a liar, and do not believe anything he says.
It is because it was our understanding that the recording was done without her permission. That's something else. That's discretion. That's journalism. That's not a question of legality.
Okay,
but let's talk about it, because there is a police report from the suspected child abuse incident in February involving your daughter, and that report details that the child protection team says that your child had a right clavicle fracture and, quote, a bruise that accompanies the injury that appears to be in a handprint and appears to have been inflicted, unquote. Now, your ex-wife stated to police that your child told her in the days leading up to the discovery of the injury, quote, "Daddy, kill you." And your ex-wife also said your child had said, "Daddy angry and Daddy's house is scary." Now, according to your wife, your daughter articulated these statements to Children in Faith Services. So can you explain why your child may have said those things?
Jake,
He's 100% the type to think he's so clever for getting a 2-year-old to say whatever he wants to her to say in exchange for, I don't know, a fucking piece of candy, or the fact that he has created an environment of fear. His child is scared of him. Even though she is 2, she's a baby. Children learn to be afraid. It's not something where like, oh, it doesn't happen until they turn a certain age. Like this is a house of horrors. She knows. Despite her young age. As someone who endured domestic violence as a child, you're right. It's terrible. I'm sorry.
I wish you could talk to my beautiful baby girl. She can't string together sentences like that. She's 2.5 years old. She doesn't have the ability to articulate any of what you just said. That is an entire fabrication of the truth.
Piece of shit.
I have actual video, actual documentation.
But didn't you just tell me that
I have been through 2 investigations.
You just told me that she had said that she was scared to go to mommy's house.
She is, and I have video of it.
But now you're saying that she's not capable of saying, "Daddy, kill you"? I mean, it seems like she's either able to say one but not the other. That doesn't make sense.
Jake, to be very direct, this is incredibly disturbing. I am not going to my child to say, "Daddy, kill you." You have to look at the timing of everything that is taking place, right? What about due process? I have already been through these investigations, and I know that I've said that now 3 times, and we're kind of just blowing past this. But these are individuals who do their jobs to protect kids. And the main job of the court and the main job of Child Protective Family Services and the main job of our judge who has been appointed to our divorce case is to make sure that our daughter is safe. And every single one of those individuals has agreed with me. I have full shared parenting. I still have full medical parenting, half. I still have full half education. If any of these things were true, Jake, a judge would have taken our baby girl out of my hands.
I actually, this whole interview is something that I think should be taught to illuminate how abuse works, right? Via the systems that fail victims of abuse, that enable abusers, from the mythologizing, from everything associated with abuse and the culture of abuse. Because he is trying to be like, the courts have sided with me. That is not actually what has happened here. His ex-wife is now in a custody battle that before, like a lot of victims of domestic violence who share children, they will often like not produce the evidence. She did not go to the cops. She did not go to protective services until this thing has now blown up to this point. And now they are in a custody battle. And it is very bitter. But also the fact that, like, acting as if there are not biases in our systems, that like, oh yeah, no, the truth always prevails. Often those who are victims, their truth does not get to prevail.
What you have is a very sadly politically motivated scenario to where, you know, people want to see me go away, and all of this happened, and I'm not joking. Take it for what you want. Look, this live stream, the impetus for the resignation, okay, came because an individual thought something was going to be said on that live stream that I had no intention of saying, and I still do not have any intention
But here's
of
the thing. You're talking about a level of standard of proof that has to do with judges, and there is separately a different level when it comes to what kind of behavior is tolerated among public officials. Because there are now three women who have accused you of violent behavior. Politico published a report in 2021 that says when you were in high school, you, quote, pushed a girl out of the dorm of his room and she fell down some stairs after he became enraged when she resisted his attempts to touch her, according to 3 people who were there and many more who heard about the incident in the aftermath. Now, you deny that, but the woman in question told Mother Jones reporter Abby Basoulis just days ago that it happened and was, quote, one of the more traumatic nights of her life. Now,
I would love for that individual to go on the record because that
Okay.
I was
hold on, because I'm not done with the list of women that have accused you of violence. Then there is former White House Press Secretary. Okay, you were young. Then there's former White House Press Secretary Stephanie Grisham, who was your ex-girlfriend. She accused you of being abusive and having a violence. She wrote in her book, quote, I could do nothing right by him. I would wake up every morning shaking with anxiety about his mood that day. I had seen his temper before, and it had scared me, unquote. She has recently filed a temporary restraining order against you in a defamation case. And now there are these claims from your ex-wife, Emily Marino. And I guess the question is, are all 3 of these women who don't know each other, are all 3 of them lying?
Yeah.
Yes, it's very easy, and I can tell you why.
Women just always lie.
Every single time. And people have asked me, you know, what are you going to do? Are you going to drop out of this race? Are you going to resign? You know, are you going to get out before the deadline? And my answer to you, Jake, is no. And I can tell you why. In 2016, when President Donald J. Trump faced the most extreme allegations in the world that hit him day after day after day, and people in the media, very much like yourself and others, said that he would have...
You know you're a good guy when you're comparing the witch hunt you are claiming to be victim of to that of Donald fucking Trump. Yeah, abuser solidarity.
Have no shot at winning. That he should not be the president of the United States. But guess what?
If I'm guilty, then does that mean Donald Trump is guilty? Yeah, actually. Yeah. Y'all are all guilty. Yeah, the GOP, the grand old pedophile party, the grand old predator party.
He stayed in and he was resilient. And what the American people can see is that they can see that somebody is fighting who is resilient, and that is a quality that the American people cherish. And so for no second am I going to sit here and continue to be debased by false and baseless allegations and be pushed out of a seat I have worked so hard to represent and done a terrific job for our community. You know, my record in Congress on the Ways and Means and House Foreign Affairs and bringing back money for our district and standing up for the Ukrainian people and also voting to protect Obamacare during this entire time. This is why no one's attacking me on my policy, Jake, because they can't. I've been a good legislator. All they're trying to do is create rumor mills without evidence. It's all hearsay. All hearsay.
Do you realize what it's not hearsay if it is firsthand testimony from women, and I just named 3 people that are providing firsthand testimony. That's not hearsay. But do you realize what it is
idiot.
in terms of how tall an order it is for voters and your colleagues and everybody watching right now to believe that 3 women who don't know each other made up accusations of you being violent, and you are telling the truth here, they are lying? That is a difficult thing for people to believe, right?
No.
Also, I meant to say, there are Trump supporters who believe that he has committed sexual assault, but they still support him. It's not that every Trump supporter thinks that he is a victim of one of the most egregious witch hunts. Like, that's what we mean by cult shit. Vote Trump no matter how many rapes he's committed. So that doesn't even work. That doesn't even work. If he was like, hey, Trump supporters in my district, some of y'all have supported Trump even believing that he has assaulted women. So why would that stop you from continuing to support me?
Not in this instance, because every single one of these things that you're brought up, unlike other candidates throughout the country, I've already had investigations into. The domestic abuse allegation that you're referring to against my ex-wife, Department of Child and Family Services already reviewed that, and they viewed that nothing happened. Bay Village Police Department, Ms. Moreno filed the police report. The prosecutor looked at it. They looked at it for a very long time. There was nothing there. My case is much different than everyone else that has been laid out before. Yes, I have tangible evidence, and I have also had investigations that have cleared me of every single thing you have mentioned,
Except,
to be clear.
Let's talk about this, because in the custody lawsuit, there was a discovery phase. And Emily Marino's lawyers asked you a series of questions about past alleged incidents. And some of them you denied outright. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. And others you refused to answer at all. Your lawyers claimed they were not relevant.
Here's an example of his evidence, by the way, that he released.
Previous allegation. It never was done to hurt you, and you know that. You were weaponizing this because of my previous allegation.
And then you knew it was because you went into my room when I was crying.
So this is about Emily Moreno's claim that he poured hot water on her. And he released this audio recording that he made that he points to as this part of his trove of evidence showing that he is not a domestic abuser.
You started crying, saying, I didn't need to hurt you. I didn't need to hurt you. Why are you scared of me? Why are you scared of me?
I didn't mean to hurt you. It wasn't done with intent. You just said it yourself. You literally just said it yourself. It wasn't done to hurt you.
Oh my
and
God.
I told you before that not to come over to me and start screwing around with me.
I wasn't trying to screw around with you.
Emily,
I was trying to give you a hug.
You're taking a playful incident and making something nefarious.
It's not playful. When you have hot water.
Emily, going out of the faucet, it does not get to a temperature of boiling water. It does not.
Put it on when you get home, Max, and see if you can get
I
home.
did it, and I tested it, and I had our attorneys test it because I figured that this is what you were going to come at me with.
It's literally at you.
But literally, it's like standing under a hot shower, and we already have someone to go ahead and combat this if this is what you're going to do.
This gaslighting motherfucker. Oh my God. And of course him maintaining a calm demeanor where he's like, I'm calm. Why are you're the one who's freaking out. You're crazy. You're going crazy. Y'all, this is textbook. Like truly, truly textbook. And this is what happens too. This is one issue with the courts is that they will, abusers weaponize manipulation. So they will present themselves as the calm, cool, collected, rational party. And the spouse or whoever it is that they are in court up against as the crazy one, right? As unstable, as hysterical. Look at them. Look at how they are the one who is unstable, and you want to give them custody? Look at me. Look at my demeanor. I'm very calm. I'm very calm. So who do you think is actually the problem here?
Relevant, and the ones you didn't answer include the incident involving the stairs or your past alleged drug use. If you
already so sketch the fact he has recordings of this, like who the fuck just records random moments like that according to him was just an accident. I mean, all of this points to the fact that he is so he views himself as this master manipulator because he has always gotten away with his violence. But that's why now in sharing this evidence, in being so confident that people will see through his ex-wife's lies, it's showing exactly who this guy is.
Ever referred to the birth of your child as, quote, setting your playground on fire. If you were ever kicked out.
This is a common thing to record a survivor. So one thing that abusers out of the textbook, okay, out of the playbook, one thing abusers do is they will prompt a moment. So they will do something, they will say something, they will behave in a way, they provoke, yes. And then they start recording the response to it. And that is why that is part of the misinformation and misunderstanding, mythologizing around how abuse operates. So people or courts or whoever will view that as the abuse, or they will use the term mutual abuse, okay? Rather than it being reacting to abuse, that is reactive, that is coming from not just a pattern of behavior, but coming from intentional provoking.
Out of college, you wouldn't answer them. I mean, I can tell you that I never did any of those things. Why can't you?
Because, well, Jake, if you're wondering, I'm happy to answer those
I should say I have smoked marijuana.
Right.
I'm sorry, I take that back. I have smoked pot before it was legal. So
okay,
I'm getting it all out on the table.
Yeah, and that's great. So have I. And I don't think, previously when I was younger or even, a few years ago, there's anything wrong with cannabis uses. It's legal in 39 out of 50 states in the country.
In the Mother Jones story, it said when you were picked up for the drunk driving, you had ecstasy in your system.
Look, once again, these are already investigations, and we're bringing up things from 15 to 20 years ago.
But why wouldn't you answer those questions in discovery? Why wouldn't you answer the questions about whether or not you would push that girl down the stairs?
Well, because it never happened. Why would I give something credibility and answer for something that never happened?
But you did that for other. You did that for other questions.
But this woman isn't even coming forward. I don't know who you're referencing. Unless these people actually put a name to these allegations and come forward, I don't know how the American people can continue to believe things like this.
Yeah, like when people put a name to things and publicly name their abusers, that they are not shit on by the public, that they are not called gold diggers, that they are not called liars, that they are not hounded and harassed. Yeah, that's how that works. Oh, if you're really a victim, then name and shame. Name your abuse. Oh, yeah, because we know exactly what happens when that is the case.
When's the last time you ever used illegal drugs? Because you're being
drugs?
Yes, because you're being investigated right now by the House Ethics Committee.
The last time, I would have to say, the last time I had illegal drugs would have been, several years ago. I mean, I don't have a time frame on it, but I don't use illegal drugs. No, Jake, this is what they're doing, okay? This whole, needles thing, this is testosterone replacement therapy. People are painting this as something that it's not. Secretary Hegseth, who is the Secretary of War, just 3 weeks ago, allowed our entire military, who are males, to take testosterone replacement therapy. That's what I was doing. I have not been using any illegal drugs. This is nonsense, and this is much more of how Mr. Moreno...
And of course, Max Miller is a massive transphobe, and as part of the Republican Party, has supported anti-LGBTQ legislation and believes that trans people should be denied gender-affirming care, should be denied rights.
And and my ex-wife are continuing to put this stuff out there.
Well, I think it's because there are three women that. I think it's because there are 3 women that have alleged violence. I don't think any of this is actually about illegal drugs at all. I think it's because 3 women have alleged violent behavior by you, and 2 of them are fairly high profile on the record women.
But Jake, once again, the one part that I am never going to back down from and that the American people need to continue to look at is, number one, I have had 2 full investigations that lasted almost a year into these child...
Yeah, Pete Hegseth, who is an alcoholic rapist. Great guys that he's naming here. Trump, pedo rapist president. Pete Hegseth, alcoholic rapist,
allegations
Nazi.
And into these domestic abuse allegations, okay? And
but you say you'll never back down from it, but you sued Stephanie Grisham for defamation, and then you back down from that suit, right?
No, that's not true. There was a settlement agreement, and so I would love to talk to you about that, but I can't. And so, but I didn't back down from that, and it was settled, and there's a reason for that, and that's all I can say regarding it.
Let me ask you.
But if you're asking,
you spoke with the president yesterday. Did he tell you what he is telling aides privately, that he does not think you can win?
Look, the conversation I had with him yesterday at 9 a.m., and I've gotten a million phone calls about this, and this is what's so troubling. Look, he called me and he said, Maxie, it's going to be a tough race.
Oh, Maxie.
And he said, I don't know if you're going to be able to, pull this one out. And you know what, Jake? I reminded him of the same resilience that he had when people told him that he was going to struggle in 2016 and he became the 45th president of the United States. And I have the utmost confidence that my constituents back home know me. This race is a home race. This isn't about what the national media thinks. This isn't about what people in California or New York or Florida think about what goes on in Ohio 7. What you're going to see here, Jake, is that I am going to be successful in this November because my constituents know who I am, and they also know who my ex-father-in-law is, and they also know who my ex-wife is. And that's why you've seen people aren't running from me. My numbers in fundraising are strong.
Yeah, also he's so clearly reading. He's reading off the script right now.
Speaker Mike Johnson, everyone else, they're standing behind me. No one has told me to get off the ballot, and that's because they know I can win this seat and see this through. And that's what we're going to do.
Let me ask you one last question, and I do appreciate your taking the questions here.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in your life, whether it's Republican leadership or your family or your girlfriend or anyone, is there anyone saying it really might be in the best interests for your daughter and for your own mental health to drop out, take a moment? You're still a young guy. You can always come back. That it might be actually in your best interests to drop out and your daughter's best interests?
You know what? That is a question, Jake, I have been struggling with, look, over the last couple of...
Look, you're an abusive piece of shit, but you're still young, so potentially there's a future here for you.
Weeks, but I'm going to look at you the same way I think you would look at me if you were in my shoes, which is I am never going to give up. And what I mean by that is my daughter's going to grow up one day, and she's going to see all of this. And she's not going to see that her father caved to political and social media pressures for something that he never did. And furthermore than that, there are more than 50% of the people within this country who are divorced. And men get a really bad shake when it comes to family court.
Your daughter's going to grow up and not have a relationship with you because you're a fucking monster.
And it's not addressed enough in any way possible. And so here's what I can tell you is that I've received more support than ever from our community, from the people where I live. And that is why we are going to stay in this race and be successful. And you're right, the allegations, they're incredibly troubling. I agree they're troubling, but if they were true, I'd be in prison. And there's the only reason out of myself and other Republican colleagues.
Yeah, because that's how this shit works. If allegations were true, then all accused would be in prison. That's the way that justice works. That's the way that our justice system works. That's the way that the public holds abusers accountable. That's how it is. It's that simple. Yeah, famously true. Famously very true. That if allegations were true, then the person being accused would be in prison. We have to put trust in our systems that they do what they do what needs to be done.
I'm the only one.
His evidence video reminds me of the video of Steven Crowder gaslighting his wife when he abused her. Yeah. It's all textbook.
One that doesn't have an active investigation into it. And so at the end of the day, I let the truth speak for itself, and the truth is right there. And I will never, ever, ever let my baby girl see her dad walk away as a quitter. I will continue to finish this, and if I have to run all the way to the end and I'm not successful, Jake, then that's a decision that I decide to make, and I can hold my head way up high knowing that I fought for the truth no matter what circumstances and no matter what came my way every single day, that Ruthie Miller will know that she's proud of her dad who bears my last name.
But you understand that the reason that this is a story is because it's not the first time a woman that you've been intimate with has accused you of violence and abuse. That's the reason. Now, it has nothing to do with political vendettas. It has nothing to do with Senator Marino. It has to do with the fact that there are two women on the record and a third who has talked to reporters or a reporter about what happened in high school.
And all I can tell you is this, Jake, is that I hope that you and the rest of the media do the same amount of digging as you are into me as you will into those other two. Because as you can see right now, and I understand I'm the member of Congress, so deservedly so, the spotlight, the attention, the media. But
Yeah,
throughout
you should dig into these lion ass bitches. Okay, you should investigate them.
this process objectively, how come people aren't asking the tough questions out of them? I mean, it's been a free runway of just...
You know, the common factor here is me. But why aren't people actually paying attention to the women who have accused me? Why am I the one? I get I'm the politician. Okay, I get I'm running for re-election again. But what about them? What about these lying bitches?
Me being a punching bag without articulating my points and presenting the evidence that we have here today and others.
They're not accused of physically abusing you. I mean, it's pretty simple.
Well, Jake, I got to tell you, in this country, due process is a thing,
Oh, they
and
always love to
everyone
talk
is
about due
entitled to it.
process.
And once again, I have been absolved of these claims that you continuously are bringing back up, especially the most recent one with Miss Moreno. Once again, the Department of Child and Family Services and Bay Village Police Department took her report. They investigated everything that she said, both the Bay Village Police Department and both Child and Family Services. And you can see right now, I'm not getting any special treatment, Jake.
Okay.
So if I really did those things, why wouldn't I be in prison? It's because it's an extreme fabrication of the truth. And you look, at the end of the day, I'm going to continue to push. I am going to win this race. And my daughter will see that her father is going to be back in there. And then when we come back next term, my hope is you and I can have other conversations that will be a lot better than this about how we can move our country forward.
Republican Congressman Max Miller, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's always the biggest pieces of shit, the most textbook abusers who claim to be the biggest victims of all. That's what it is. And this guy thinks he is special. He thinks that he's a king here. And what he's going to find out is that he's just, to the GOP, if he's getting in the way of their power in this district and in Congress, he's going to find out he's just a guy to them. He's just a guy. And there's many more that they will happily put into place when one of them becomes a problem. Enough of a problem. It is I just keep thinking of this little girl, and I hope that she does not have to grow up with this man as her father. And I just am so worried for that baby who's already been through so much. He's not Johnny Depp. No one's going to go to war for him. Yeah, I mean, the calls have been happening. The calls are being made. Denounced on social media and by fellow Republicans, Max Miller is telling allies he's not quitting for a simple reason. It would be tantamount to admitting he beat his ex-wife and their child, which he denies. So yeah, he sees this as necessary to his last breath to hold on to. Otherwise, it's an admission of guilt. And it's like, no, dude, you've already admitted to guilt in the so-called evidence that you've put forth in your behavior via these media appearances, via the videos you put online. Like, no, you're guilty as fuck. The Washington summer scandal is a case study in whether Miller, one of Donald Trump's understudies, can successfully employ the president's playbook of never backing down and never quitting. Trump has publicly expressed sympathy for Miller, but privately expressed doubts about his viability. The calls to resign have mounted, especially in the Senate, where Miller's ex-father-in-law, Bernie Moreno, serves. Miller Miller allies say his critics are underestimating his resolve and the intensely personal dynamics of the vicious battle with his ex involving their 2-year-old daughter. He's really worried about what his daughter is going to think when she gets older, said a congressional colleague. If he quits, he's basically giving up, and if he gives up, it basically means he did it. Also, quitting office or his race would mean surrendering his bully pulpit, which Miller believes he needs to argue his case. Yeah, that's the other thing. He's like, I cannot give up my power because my power has only enabled me more. It's allowed me to be such a vicious, abusive bully. Though some have called for his expulsion from the House, Miller has told his colleagues it would set a terrible precedent because there's no evidence showing he hurt his ex or their child. Here we are in the middle of a divorce proceeding, and I don't think he's even been charged with anything they're making the accusations of, said an ally, Representative Tim Burchett. We are big on the Constitution, innocent till proven guilty, yet we're guilty until proven innocent, it seems right now with him. House Speaker Mike Johnson called the allegations against Miller serious in an interview with Politico on Tuesday, but said lawmakers have to allow the ethics committee process to play out. We don't take disciplinary action against members for allegations, Johnson said. Miller has released documents that he says show he was investigated for abuse, but that the allegations were unfounded. There's only so long a candidate can hang on if he's constantly denounced, attacked, and looks increasingly unelectable. Republicans privately expect that Miller will drop his reelection bid by the end of this week, according to 2 sources. This will only happen if I think Donald Trump makes the call. I think Donald Trump is the only person that will get Max Miller to drop his reelection bid. They'll be like, look, Max, I know what it's like to be the victim of a witch hunt. All these liars saying nasty, nasty things. But we need to think about the seat. Look, Maxie, buddy. Look, we'll find a spot for you. I'm sure he'll say, like, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. We'll have a we'll make sure that we take care of you.
The deadline for Representative Max Miller to withdraw from his race is coming up next week.
Yeah.
Do you believe he should withdraw?
Well, I'm not going to get involved in that. It's a very sad situation, and I know Max very well, but it's very, very sad that a situation like that takes place. Yeah.
Do you think the deal
service to the country?
Mm-hmm.
President, the deadline.
Interesting. Trump's statements about Plattner versus Max Miller, which honestly you can apply to, of course, the entire Republican Party and media apparatus. Calling him a thug, low-level thug, big-time thug, worse than any human being that's ever run for office, probably. An outright pig, while joking pigs would be upset by the comparison. Fake, phony, cheap, no good person, and a major sleazebag. Criticizing Democrats for making excuses and nominating him while contrasting it with their focus on other issues, including Epstein. He said things like, watch that thug that's up in Maine. He's a thug, and they're trying to make excuses for him. Nobody's ever had a record like that. Oh, my God. His ex and his father-in-law are now embroiled in a dispute over whether the representative held his daughter's blue bunny stuffed animal toy hostage. Moreno's fellow Republican Ohio Senator John Husted called Thursday for Miller to quit. Another Ohioan, J.D. Vance, has an unfriendly relationship with Miller, but is pointedly kept quiet. According to the Ohio Secretary of State's office election calendar, August 10th is the last day that a political party nominating committee can name a replacement for a candidate if he withdraws.
No, he did not.
Do you believe that Max Miller should resign from Congress right now?
Did you read my statement?
You said he's unfit to serve
No.
Congress.
I did not. I said absolutely and affirmatively that he shouldn't serve in Congress, that he needs serious help. That's exactly what my statement says. My statement speaks for itself.
You said that you're in response to your statement that it was to protect from your own circus. To that you say what?
It's the ramblings of a madman.
What did you
I don't even know what that means.
What did you think of Miller telling Trump he could still win
the election. Look, I don't care about the politics of this. I hope that you guys understand.
Really? Because I think you do. I think you do. Which is why it took until this week with the ethics committee or congressional ethics probe opening against him and this getting so big and now seeing results in polls with voters. I think you do.
And maybe I hope you never have to understand what my daughter's been through, what my daughter's going through, what my wife is going through, what my my two boys and my other daughter are going through. This is truly the 7th level of hell. This has been a horrific experience for my entire family. My daughter specifically did not want this to be out in the public. That's why she asked me to lower the temperature. You got to remember, when you don't have kids and you get divorced, you can just say farewell. You never have to see each other again. But when you have a child, you have to co-parent with that individual for the rest of your life. That means scheduling pickups, scheduling drop-offs. This is not...
A lot of these Republican fucks, especially on Fox News, are shitting on Fran for being anti-family for a fucking tweet about Thanksgiving, but are completely quiet on Max Miller for abusing his family. Yeah, I mean, if we were to list off every single time the ugly, obvious hypocrisy was at play, then it would be every second of every day.
Something that you can just say, I'll never have to deal with this guy again. My daughter lives in constant fear of this man. Not like...
Constant fear, and yet it took you until this week. Your granddaughter has lived in fear of this man who serves in Congress, and you didn't say shit.
Something that's existential, but deeply in her heart, she fears what this guy is capable of. You can't fathom what that makes me feel like when the dad's #1 job is to protect your kids. And to have this whole thing out in the public.
Have any reporters asked him why he waited until now? I guess he would say like, oh, well, we've been handling this privately, trying to protect my granddaughter. No, he has been asked. He has been asked previously about Max Miller and why he's not calling for him to resign.
This is not what I wanted to do. It's not what my daughter wanted to do. But on Sunday, when he went out and did what he did, including releasing photos of my granddaughter completely naked, that now you have hundreds of thousands of psychotic human beings that have that, and to say oops is grotesque. My personal opinion is that this is a felony, and that every single human being that touched that photo and transmitted it electronically should go to jail.
George Santos called this wife abuser out. Yeah, on the Congress floor multiple years ago because Max Miller has a history here that George Santos went, oh, really? The wife beater has what to say?
Because it is illegal to do that. This has been brutal beyond comprehension.
Yeah, he's like, I may be a fraudster, but I didn't beat my wife.
Any minimum standard for being an elected official, as I said, he fails to meet that minimum basic standard. I don't care about the politics at all. Don't think about it. Doesn't enter my consciousness.
Yeah,
okay?
fucking
Respectfully, why didn't you say something earlier? This has been going on for
There we go.
I explained,
There we
as I
go.
just said,
Okay.
and as maybe you don't understand,
Yeah.
when your daughter tells you you have to de-escalate this thing because you want to keep it private. This has been going on for 2 years. Why did you just cover it today instead of covering it a year ago? This has been going on. This was about de-escalation. Every single week, she has to go arrange for a pickup and drop off of this little child. Just this Sunday, I had to go. Imagine this. I had to go pick her up because I don't want my daughter interacting with this man. So I meet him at the Bay Village Police Station because that's the place that we have to go to meet because I don't know what this guy's capable of. She comes over, gets in our car, we drive away, and if anybody who's a parent, she has a little blue bunny that she sleeps with. Max would not hand over the little blue bunny. Literally held it hostage for 48 hours. This girl is crying at night because she can't sleep without her little blue bunny. And his answer is, I'm just not going to give it to you. So finally,
Yeah, and we have all of the empathy for her. We all care about this 2-year-old. We have none of that for you because you are an enabling monster yourself, because you and the party you are a part of cares more about power. You put power over your own family.
yesterday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, yesterday, he lets the little blue bunny go. This is the level of total and complete depravity. Do I want all this in public? No. Do you have any idea that what it's like to go through physical abuse and then mental abuse and then to relive it over and over and over again?
Yeah, that's why I keep saying
That's what
it's
my
not.
daughter
I don't
has
care about the
tried
politics.
to avoid. She hasn't
I don't
made
care
a
about the politics.
single solitary public statement. Max feels like he needs to go on a publicity tour, which I just don't understand. Remember, at the end of the day, that little 2-year-old is going to be an adult. And unlike when I was a kid, when maybe there's 2 or 3 pictures of me that my parents had, she's going to have high definition videos. She's going to have news stories. She's going to have everything out there. She's going to read that as an adult, going, "What the heck happened, and why is my life the subject of so much publicity?" It is grotesque where we are today. And that's I don't care about the politics. Do not ask me a single question about the politics.
Oh.
I do not
Isn't that
care
convenient?
at all. Okay, I've been very. I don't want. I'm not running away from you guys. I have to go to another meeting. I've told you guys more than I need to say. If you could just please.
Yeah, I hope your granddaughter has fuck all to do with you too. You and your ex-son-in-law.
Please protect the privacy of me and my family. I've answered your questions. That's all the questions I'm going to answer, okay? Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Whew. Whew. Man. Follow-up question. Why have you supported defunding family violence support services? Yeah. I mean, it's the extra evil, insidious layer here of these 2 men being right-wing conservative politicians who have been elected to office and as such have played their role in harming women, in harming children, in harming marginalized communities, in harming victims of violence, that just through their political action are monsters. And then to bring in the specific domestic situation here, it's like, this is the environment, this is the culture that you are actively worsening, that you are making it harder for victims of violence, interpersonal and state violence, to have safety and security. Dare I say systemic? Yes. The systemic elements here of Bernie Moreno, who's a powerful senator, who has how many other women, how many other children have been harmed because of him? So of course, this is somebody who then, when it comes to his own family, prioritized his own power, his own seat, the strength of his party, Can't have anything get in the way. Think about how many people escape domestic abuse and go to their parents only to have those parents push them to stay in the course in the relationship. Yeah, and look, obviously there's what we know, but there's also what we can imagine. And it's not hard to imagine a situation, a reality where Emily Moreno went to her father, where Emily was pressured into staying in this marriage as long as she could, that she was pressured to stay quiet, that she was pressured to not go to law enforcement. And of course, too, that is something that is typical with victims of domestic violence because they fear, as she said in her own words, that they won't be believed. They fear what will happen to their children. They fear repercussions and consequences. But it's not hard to see, too, that her father played a role in all this. Our pastor told my mom not to say anything. Many such cases. And law enforcement will use a lot of discretion to keep it down, giving a pass. It's common, especially for influential figures. Yeah. There's those texts of Miller blackmailing Moreno, basically saying he released the info of his trysts. Yeah, we had covered that too. I mean, texts where he's like, "You better get your fucking lying daughter under control." Look, if I were a parent and somebody who I knew was a piece of shit, didn't do anything about, but then texted, "Better get your lying daughter under control, your child." Come on. There's so many points that Bernie Moreno really could have not been such a cowardly, power-hungry fucking piece of shit. So fuck him too. All right, that's, I think, what I got on the coverage here. We will see what happens in the next couple of days with this, with the ticking clock, because again, he has until the 10th for the Republicans to name a replacement for him. If he drops out, he keeps saying, "No, I'm not dropping out. No, I'm not dropping out." Potentially, unless Donald Trump makes a call, or if there's something else behind the scenes, like maybe they have blackmail on him, maybe something. I don't know what they're going to try and pull out, what they're going to try and produce to get this guy to step down. But the point being that they're only doing this because of the seat. They're only doing this because the polls are showing that awareness of this entire domestic abuse situation is growing. A lot more people because of how giant this has gotten. Speaking of victim blaming cases of abuse, I think you may be interested in this New Times piece. Uber's strategy for fighting sexual assault suits. What were you wearing? Sick. I can't see this because I don't have New York Times, but that's awesome. What were you wearing? Well, if you don't want to get assaulted in an Uber, then you better cover up. You better not be drunk. You better not be impaired. You know how people will take Ubers because they are going out and consuming substances? They are wanting to ensure they're not behind a wheel. Well, that's on you. The ride-hailing giant promised to handle legal claims in a way that is best for the survivor. Its lawyers are pursuing a far more aggressive strategy. How long is this? This is pretty long. Let me just see a little bit of it. Publicly, Uber proclaims itself to be a company devoted to handling sexual violence in a survivor-centric and trauma-informed way, supporting survivors and treating them with dignity. After years of fielding reports of sexual misconduct, the company developed instructional videos for drivers that stated, "Sexual violence is never the survivor's fault." But in court filings, Uber argued that Ms. Doe had conducted herself in a negligent and careless manner and contributed to causing her own injuries. This is a woman whose driver had pleaded guilty in criminal court to raping her vaginally, anally, and orally while she was unconscious during a ride in Tampa one night. He was in prison serving a 10-year sentence, and Uber said, "Well, actually, you were very negligent and careless, and you caused your own injuries." It said Ms. Doe's claims of pain and suffering were, quote, unrelated to the at-issue incident. Now, during her deposition, Uber's lawyer, Taylor Silverberg, zeroed in on Ms. Doe's behavior on the night she was raped. Ms. Silverberg asked Ms. Doe exactly how many Tito's vodkas she had drunk, how many milligrams of Adderall she had taken, and whether she felt regret about mixing the two. And she asked Ms. Doe what she had been wearing. "Can you describe the dress? Were you wearing heels or boots or flats?" Ms. Silverberg also probed Ms. Doe's childhood, asking if she had felt abandoned by her father or degraded by her mother. She pushed Ms. Doe for details about consensual sex and asked whether she had previously been sexually abused or had sex in exchange for money. That is when her lawyer ended the deposition. "I am not anywhere near done," Ms. Silverberg protested. "It's her lawsuit, and I have an obligation to defend my client to the best of my ability." "I know this is hard for you, Ms. Doe. I am sorry. I really am, but I'm grateful it's ending," Ms. Doe said, interrupting. "This kills me." Wow. I mean, just die. Yeah. Just Uber and Uber's lawyers die. Are you ready to die? Uber's approach in Ms. Doe's case is part of its defense strategy as it battles thousands of lawsuits from passengers accusing the company of failing to protect them from sexual violence they said they had suffered during rides, according to thousands of pages of court records, including deposition and trial transcripts. More than 4,000 suits have been filed. Most remain in the early stages. The New York Times reviewed documents from the 3 cases that reached trial and about a dozen others that had advanced to the stage when the parties start exchanging documents and conducting depositions. The litigations revealed a clear pattern. Uber's lawyers scour women's private communications, medical records, therapy notes, and other sources for sensitive details, including other sexual assaults, childhood abuse, and domestic violence. They grill the women about those issues, their sex lives, and their behavior on the night of the incident. In one case, Uber petitioned a judge to force a woman to turn over details about sexual abuse she experienced as a child by a family member and family friend. In another, Uber compelled a woman to undergo a psychiatric exam to investigate other sexual assaults she had reported. And in another, a lawyer for Uber asked a woman whether she'd been wearing underwear on the night in question and if she had become extra sexually active after the Uber incident. Holy shit. Wow. At trial, the companies put a spotlight on the women, their choices, and their credibility. Uber's lawyers have argued that the women's past traumas or use of drugs or alcohol made them unreliable narrators. They have suggested that the women consented to the encounters or that they never happened. And they even asserted that even if an assault occurred, something else was the true cause of her pain. They're like, yeah, look. We're just saying, even if this did happen, that's not why she's traumatized. That's not why we're here today. All right. This is simply a distraction from her childhood abuse, which let's talk about that. Let's talk about this other terrible chapter in your life. Uber's strategy contradicts its own stance as a champion in the fight against sexual violence and reflects the business calculations of a $145 billion publicly traded company facing an avalanche of litigation. Uber has long said it treats all survivors with respect and compassion, including when they sue. The company has struck partnerships with leading anti-sexual assault groups, and it has committed more than $15 million to organizations fighting gender-based violence. It is all bullshit. It is all PR. Uber doesn't give a fuck. And a training guide for Uber's customer service agents who handled reports of sexual violence instructed them to recognize and interrupt victim-blaming attitudes, stating that people rarely lie about sexual assault and that victims do not provoke attacks by what they wore or how much they drank. I know so many women who have been in a very scary situation in an Uber ride. One woman I know who, an Uber driver, followed her, like dropped her off and then showed back up to her house later on because he obviously knew where she lived. And she ran in, when she saw him, saw the car, and she had already gotten a scary vibe. Another woman who, when she was dropped off, the driver got out and was stalking her to her apartment, and she lives by herself. Another woman who, like women who have, even if it has not escalated to the point of assault, there have been like scary indicators, whether, they pull off to the side for no reason, whether they start going in a different direction for no good reason. Just the comments that they're making. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten out of Ubers before when I got a really weird vibe. I have a story too. There's a lot of people who have stories, and like I said, it doesn't always escalate to this point, but it's enough that it's scary. And it's wide, it's a big enough issue, obviously, and that's why Uber now has this strategy for fighting these suits. What were you wearing? Let's talk about your childhood abuse. When I was an Uber driver, there were girls that would have me drop them off in a corner near their house so that I would not know where they lived. I hoped I was not giving a weird vibe, but I understood it either way. It's the same. It's not necessarily that you're giving a weird vibe. It's their own experience and understanding of what can happen and potentially, a situation that has happened. It's like if you're walking on the sidewalk and a woman's in front of you and it's dark and she looks back and then crosses the street or starts walking faster, like that's not necessarily because you're giving off rapist vibe, but because you're a strange man, you're a stranger and it's dark and you're walking behind. I mean, it's like the John Mulaney joke that I always reference.Oni's like, I realized that woman was scared of me because I'm an adult man. You're not going to do anything they don't. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Hence the independent contractor nature of employment. Yes, that's another reason for Uber to be to have lobbied for independent contractor status. They do not want drivers to be employees. It serves their interests for them to be like, we're just third party. These are gig workers. Some regional bus routes were replaced with Uber. The plan is to replace public transportation. All right, y'all. We're going to move on to talk about the next story that I have here, and that is about Perez Hilton. So,
who criticized him as somebody who...
Obviously, none of this here is going to include the very horrifying and disturbing video that was the TikTok live of Perez Hilton from 2 nights ago, where he was covered in blood and self-harming. And I will say again, it is not only unnecessary to watch that video in order to like understand the conversation here, it is very disturbing. And so I really, really advise against it. It's very, 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 it doesn't matter what you think of Perez Hilton either. If you're like, yeah, but fuck that. No. So let me just explain. Again, Perez Hilton a couple nights ago had gone on a TikTok, had gone live on TikTok. And what's wild too is that the TikTok live stream was kept up for 15, 20-ish minutes after. And people had watched live and they were trying to contact police. I had seen one comment where apparently people kept asking him to say his phone number so that they could call the police and give the phone number and get help. But then the live stream was kept up, so then it was posted afterwards on the internet. And it was not all people who were like these pop culture content vultures who were immediately seizing on the opportunity to make content out of something very disturbing. It was just starting to be shared because Perez Hilton is a known entity, which we will talk about Perez Hilton, but he's a known entity, and also because it is horrifying. It is a really, really shocking video. He even said, I can't believe TikTok still has this up. Yeah. And then, of course, the conspiracy theories started and then, of course, the memes, and then people who hate Perez Hilton, which, yes, valid. Perez Hilton has caused so much damage, but saying I don't care about this because this man is evil. A lot of Stan accounts who specifically talked about Perez's attacks on their favorite artist or etc., which is very disturbing to me too, because I don't know how you see or hear of a video like that and not feel deeply disturbed. Not feel disturbed, no matter who the person is, at a full mental breakdown happening live on TikTok, and also to the with the horrifying imagery that was seen in that video. Like how that I have so many thoughts around this. I genuinely have so many thoughts. And one, I get that people have said, oh, maybe I'm desensitized, so this didn't really mean anything. I think sometimes it's almost like a badge of almost, I don't want to say honor or superiority, but something along those lines, where they're like, well, I've seen everything, so who cares? Like, that's not good. It's not good to say, this didn't, I think people were reacting to this in a really big way, but like, I guess for me, it didn't mean anything. That's worrisome. I don't think it's good to kind of be bragging about being desensitized. And look, we have watched a genocide live streamed for the last 3.5 years, and that has been a problem as well, with people being desensitized. But then in addition to that, like, I definitely saw a lot of posts that seemed almost bragging about being unimpressed, about how, oh, people were reacting to this like it was some big deal. And it, like, if you ask me, it wasn't. This is objectively, it is horrifying. And it feels crazy to like have felt momentarily gaslit into thinking my reaction was over the top, when no, my reaction is a normal reaction. When I was live on stream and I did not anticipate what this video would be, and when I was watching it, luckily it had nowhere near the screen for anyone else to see, but it was so horrifying. It was so shocking. And and I had to take a step away because of how awful it was. I've seen a lot of gore videos in my past. The video didn't disturb me, and people saying, I'm desensitized, so it doesn't matter. It's insane. No matter how desensitized you are, what happened is horrible and terrifying. Right. It's like, look, I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that people who were not as like shocked as I am had the wrong reaction. It's more of this attitude of like, whatever, which is very worrisome. And also kind of this like, yes, this badge of honor, this almost superiority in going, well, you know, nothing matters to me. You know, I don't, people were overreacting to this. I think we should not be expressing that in that way, and also should be evaluating how people have gotten to that point. Like, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that say? Why is that the case? It's a desensitized brain. It's not a flex dog. And as I mentioned, like the genocide, that has been something that is that is an awful part of a televised genocide, which is that people have stopped caring as much. People have allowed themselves to be desensitized to the point that a video of children being blown up means nothing, that it's just, oh, another day. And look, desensitization can absolutely happen and does happen, but that is what we have to push against, because we lose, I believe we lose our tether to our humanity when we do not find ourselves moved by this level of violence. When we do not stop and feel something about how this is normalized. Like, as someone who does genocide studies and sees terrible shit all the time, it's very normal to be shocked and horrified by things being nonchalant in these situations. Is actually very concerning how much there's a lack of empathy and being desensitized to this stuff. Yes, so there is this aspect, and then there is the other aspect, which I will talk about. Let me pull this up, but it is the ecosystem of content that capitalizes on horrifying, on a horrifying moment, capitalizes on a person's mental health crisis, and has no ethical or moral considerations at play as to how this should be covered, as to how content should or should not be made out of it. It's like seeing Jeffree Star go on TikTok and getting money from people talking about this situation. Like, of course, it's Jeffree Star, who's literally a Nazi. But also like Zach Peter, who I mentioned, immediately jumped on this because of the ability to make salacious content, to make this into a spectacle. And the sick irony in that it's Perez Hilton, who is the OG, who is a person that helped to shape and make this ecosystem what it is, to make this content so commonplace now today. He invented this shit. Yes, he is a person who would specifically go after female celebrities, usually young female celebrities who were enduring a crisis, who were at their lowest point, and he took advantage of that. He was, for so long, one of the biggest monsters in this arena, and the harm that he caused, which we are feeling the consequences of today. His creation, but also his using of existing misogyny, his creation of this environment, which now he has been consumed by.
Celebrity gossip blogger Perez Hilton is getting medical care tonight, according to a new statement from his team, after he was seen apparently self-harming during a TikTok live stream. Ring camera footage from Hilton's neighbor shows the moment that deputies got to his house in Miami yesterday after getting multiple calls about this incident. We're not going to show the video here, but it appeared to show Hilton covered in blood with visible cuts, holding what looked like a knife. In the video, viewers were commenting, asking him to stop, saying they would contact police. According to TikTok, the platform pulled the video within minutes of it being flagged. Perez Hilton.
Well, minutes, about 20 minutes. Despite the content going against the platform's community guidelines, the stream was not immediately removed and persisted for 15 to 20 minutes. A U.S. spokesperson for the digital platform told Deadline that a moderator error caused a delay in shutting down the live stream after the automated moderation systems flagged it for removal within minutes of the stream starting. The blogger, whose real name is Mario Armando Lavandiera Jr., appeared on a TikTok live stream naked and covered in a red fluid, which looked like blood. He was wielding a knife, apparently cutting himself. At one point in the stream, the social media personality co-hosted with several other streamers who pleaded with him to stop harming himself and end his stream. According to TikTok, law enforcement was alerted to the situation and closed several streams within 90 seconds, resulting in an account ban after the social media personality violated TikTok's community guidelines.
Hilton, of course, is really the OG influencer and content creator of the early 2000s. He had a popular celebrity gossip site and at times faced a lot of pushback by celebrities themselves who criticized him as somebody who crossed boundaries. In later statements and comments, Hilton apologized and said he regretted his past behavior. Jesse Kirsch is following this story for us. Jesse, what else do we know about what happened here?
Yeah, so Hallie, we got a series of responses from the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office last night as this was unfolding, first telling us that they were responding to reports of a live stream involving apparent self-harm. They would not name Perez Hilton, but that in that Ring video that you just referenced there, you can hear a deputy over what sounds like the intercom of one of their vehicles calling for Mario to come out of the home.
I genuinely can't explain enough how just like the metaphors in here, the everything to it, where you have this person who treated the declining mental health in young celebrities as a result of being in the spotlight, as a result of the vicious tabloid media culture, a person who treated it as blood sport, that he turned these, he took advantage of many young women's worst moments, took advantage and turned it into blood sport. Posting an upskirt photo of Miley Cyrus when Heath Ledger died, posting a meme, why couldn't have been Britney, just very vile and toxic. And he did it all happily. He did it all with such gleefulness. Wake Wilder, thank you so much for the raid. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. We are talking about the situation with Perez Hilton. So just exercise care. Obviously not showing the video, but it is a really disturbing situation. Matt Evie, thank you for the 31 banana. Thank you for the prime. So just the way that how he started off 20 some years ago, pioneering this culture that now today has just exploded, and to now be a person that the next generation has done exactly what he pioneered. Did his work inspire people like Keemstar? I mean, I can't say directly saying, oh yes, Perez Hilton was my influence, but it's the toxic internet culture around celebrities, around, taking advantage of mental health crises, of, you know, participating in these downfalls, being very salacious and gossip driven. It's the culture that he pioneered. And he had this blog, PerezHilton.com. He was one of the early bloggers and one of the early viral bloggers, and would use this blog to punish usually women, usually young female celebrities for existing, for being women, for their bodies, for their sexuality, and then for their mental health struggles, which he played a role in. He built the toxic gossip tracks that the train now runs on. What happened with him is he was sued into bankruptcy and demonetized, so even now he's struggling to make money out of his content. Yes. And then a couple months ago, he had apparently been hospitalized for sepsis. And he posted a video from his hospital bed and said that he had a come to Jesus moment, literally. So he started spouting Christianity and Jesus and talking about how he's changed and that he recognizes what wrongs he had committed. And that he was now on a different path, and yet through this all, and I'm not just saying like somebody who starts talking about Jesus is automatically experiencing some real problems, but it was clear in this new Perez Hilton that he was not well. He was not well, that also you could surmise he was having financial problems and that this was potentially also a rebrand. So there was just a lot happening in the lead up to this that, frankly, does not make this very surprising, although it is obviously still shocking.
Mario is the real first name for Perez Hilton. We've also heard more from his team and his family in a statement posted on his website, which has brought him so much acclaim. As you mentioned, they say that he is receiving medical care. The statement going on to say, our family's focus right now is on his well-being. We kindly ask that you respect Perez's privacy as well as the privacy of his family during this difficult time.
So in response to that person's question, it's not that these slop tubers and these players in the misogynistic slop ecosystem necessarily would say Perez Hilton, thank you, you influenced me. The reason I started doing this is because of you. But the business model, the money that is to be made, the views that are to be had, the entire culture surrounding it is what Perez Hilton helped to pioneer, helped to proliferate across the internet, really was the blueprint here. And he encouraged people online to pile on and to participate in digital harassment, that it's like, hey, you might be just a normal person, but you can play a part here in this celebrity's downfall. Hey, we all hate Britney Spears, that crazy bitch. Well, guess what? We can do something about it. We can digitally harass and target this person. I don't think people understand or remember just how awful he was. And look, obviously that this does not change the facts here, that this was so disturbing. And first and foremost, I feel so awful for his family. I feel so awful for his kids. I hope that they are going to be okay. They deserve to be safe and secure and to not have to live through something like this. Obviously, that is all true, but I do think that it is an important part of the story here to talk about who Perez Hilton was, the environment he created, and now finds himself consumed by. To see the younger Perez Hiltons who immediately disseminated this, turned it into content, have fully, are fully taking advantage of his severe mental health crisis in the same way that he did.
We do know that this 48-year-old father of three had recently moved back to Miami from Las Vegas. So there have been some.
Even the people who he harassed are saying this. Oh, yeah, I saw this. Ireland Baldwin. Perez Hilton has publicly humiliated my family for years, sexualized me from a young age, commented on my weight and body as a child, made unforgivable comments about people in my family, drew jizz coming out of my mom's and friends' mouths, and has always been a despicable human being. But his children deserve better and a healthy father, and I am so sad for all of them. I hope he gets the help he needs and heals. Yeah, that was a big thing that he would do. He would draw crude marks and semen and penises onto photographs of famous women in order to humiliate them. That was a big part of the Perez Hilton content. It was horrible. He would use very cruel nicknames. He would treat them in all sorts of malicious ways and encouraged others to do that as well. And people ate it up. He was very popular. He had a lot of power and a lot of popularity, and even people who despised him, they would still participate too.
Clearly big life changes going on in recent months. So unclear at this point if any of that is factoring in to what is apparently unfolded here, but just clearly a very concerning situation all around. And we've also heard from a TikTok U.S. spokesperson telling us that an automated system, automated systems for the company flagged the live stream to human moderators within minutes. And TikTok US, according to that spokesperson, also saying that the stream was up for about 15 minutes before it was interrupted by the company. And the company.
That's the most depressing part about this. He was so popular. It says a lot about society. And it says a lot now today of people who are making memes out of this, people who are making jokes. I saw one that was like, I saw one vile meme about how his kids were sent to stay with James Charles. So simultaneously, that meme and the thousands of likes mocking a live stream suicide attempt, a live stream severe mental health crisis, mocking the sexual harassment of minors, that was committed allegedly by James Charles, and then also like making light of the situation that his children now find themselves in.
He also says that they alerted.
The hypocrisy of him asking for privacy during this mental health crisis when his entire thing was never letting anyone have a moment of peace. I hope for his family's sake he gets treated better than he treated anyone else. Yeah.
Law enforcement, and they have banned the account involved here as well, Hallie.
Okay, Jesse Kirsch, thank you for that. If you or somebody you know is in crisis, text 988 or text HOME to the crisis text line at 741-741. Who criticized him as somebody who crossed boundaries. Gossip blogger Perez Hilton is getting
Oh, wait, I think, his family.
The family of celebrity blogger Perez Hilton released an update today saying that he is.
Yeah, and then here's the statement. Our family cannot express enough our continued gratitude for the overwhelming outpouring of love, support, and prayers we have received during this incredibly difficult time. The events of the past several days have been nearly unbearable for our family. Just minutes before the public live stream incident, Perez's children, niece, and sister were inside the home. When it became clear that Perez was experiencing a severe mental health crisis and harming himself, they immediately fled to protect the children from witnessing any further trauma. Our highest priority right now is helping the children begin to heal from what they experienced. An important part of that process is allowing them to safely return home and begin rebuilding a sense of security and normalcy. For the children's safety, privacy, and well-being, we respectfully ask members of the media, paparazzi, content creators, and the public to leave the areas surrounding the family's home and to not return. Please allow his children the privacy and space they need during this unimaginably difficult time. We will continue to provide updates on Perez's condition through PerezHilton.com when we have additional information we are able to share. Again, thank you for your compassion, understanding, continued prayers. It's also the fact that like this is being released through PerezHilton.com, his website, right? The very space he created to do exactly what people are doing to him and his family now. You know, and obviously, absolutely, his family, his children deserve to be safe. They deserve their privacy. They deserve everything they need in order to be able to heal from the trauma they experienced and not experience any further. But again, it is not lost on me that this is what Perez Hilton helped to cultivate, that this is his legacy that is now being turned against not just him, but his own family, his children.
Is able to communicate. They are also revealing new details about what his 3 children experienced the night Hilton posted a live stream hurting himself. CBS News Mommy's Manuel Bojorquez is your report.
And I think, too, it shows you, similar to how we talked about with the primetime trailer and now the state that we are at today with an entirely internet-driven culture and just more technologies and platforms for people to do this shit on. You look at in the 2000s versus now, where it's like, even now with the advent of TikTok Live, with live streaming, with how popular it is, how in the 2000s when celebrity women that Perez Hilton would frequently go after and monetize off their suffering that he also helped to create. In the 2000s, it was like paparazzi photos. Okay, it was like these women being stalked and their worst moments being being put on camera and then disseminated through blogs, which was at the beginning of the internet. And now to see that we have live streaming, that we just have so many more ways and so much more of an ability to spread these moments far and wide, and the viciousness is just that much faster and that much more common and normalized.
Reporter live in Southwest Miami-Dade with new information about this story. Manny.
Well, Jim, in a statement this afternoon, the family said his 3 children and 2 other family members were inside the house just minutes before the live stream, but they left as soon as they realized he was having a mental health crisis.
Subject is inside, possibly armed with a box cutter.
Is there a chance that this could be some fucked up stunt on his part? No, but I would not rule out if he is in. I don't know if this is even appropriate to say. I would not rule out if Perez Hilton down the line somehow would try and find a way to, somehow would find a way to monetize. But no, it was not a stunt. No, he is. He needs severe help.
Deputies arrived Tuesday night. Perez Hilton's family had witnessed the beginning of his disturbing behavior. Just minutes before the public live stream incident, their statement reads, Perez's children, niece, and sister were inside the home. When it became clear that Perez was experiencing a severe mental health crisis and harming himself, they immediately fled to protect the children from witnessing any further.
The other thing I will say is that I had already referenced his financial struggles, which reportedly had been mounting in the weeks before this suicide attempt. And another aspect here is that Perez Hilton is no longer the king of this culture because there are so many more and they do it better than Perez could today. And to see that, like, one of his last things was participating in the smearing of Blake Lively. He has the same lawyer as Justin Baldoni. Brian Friedman, who put out a statement and was like, please give Perez Hilton, my client, privacy. He has the same lawyer as Justin Baldoni, and he was one of the people who was subpoenaed by Blake Lively's team to find the direct connection between these influencers, bloggers, content creators, etc., who were working with the Baldoni team to smear Blake Lively. So what I'm saying here is that Perez, who was a pioneer, who once upon a time did make a lot of money off this, I'm sure found himself no longer able to monetize like he used to, because the market is now so oversaturated, because there's so much of this content and these content creators. And he's a lot older now. He is washed up, so to speak. It's not what it used to be, because it's worse. Because it's worse. And so he was experiencing mounting financial pressures and stress. And I'm sure that also relates to his medical bills around being hospitalized for sepsis, which also gets into talking about the healthcare of it all, and that his digital income had been on the decline. He can no longer have exclusive connects with paparazzi. Yep.
Trauma. CBS News Miami is not airing the live stream video due to its graphic nature.
Candace had a much bigger impact in that story. Candace made so much more money and had so many more views for her slop coverage, her smearing of her very misogynistic framing of the Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni case than Perez Hilton could at this point.
Apparently did this knowing that, a lot of his followers would see it. And they did.
Psychologist Dan Romer with the University of Pennsylvania studies the effects of self-harm found on social media. While he has no direct knowledge of the Hilton case, he says it's often a cry for help.
Pain is very complicated. And so why would someone inflict pain on themselves? Probably to, for some purpose. And one purpose would be, hey, look at me. I'm in a crisis.
Amid reports the live stream was up for 15 minutes and a moderator error caused a delay in taking it down. A U.S. spokesperson for TikTok told CBS News Miami the live stream was flagged within minutes and subsequent streams were closed within 90 seconds.
The company says it also alerted law enforcement to respond, and TikTok says Hilton's account has been suspended for violating their guidelines. We're live in Southwest Miami-Dade. Manuel Bojorquez, CBS News, Miami.
So, Congressman,
yeah, my God. He has 3 kids. 13, Mario 13, Mia 11, and Mate 8. They all live in Miami, where they had recently moved to be closer to his mother. In a statement, I already read that statement. His family requests in their statement that members of the media and paparazzi leave the areas surrounding the family's home. Following Hilton's live stream Tuesday night, authorities were called to the scene for reports of a suicide attempt. And he was hospitalized by local authorities under Florida's Baker Act, a state law that allows authorities to hold someone involuntarily for a period of time if they pose a threat of harm to themselves or others. MDSO also told people that deputies spoke with family members on scene and confirmed that Hilton was alone inside. On August 5th, Hilton's family shared in an update on his condition that the internet personality is able to communicate, which had left them with hope. Oh, gosh. From what's been reported, he started the live stream covered in blood. So if they left just minutes to it going on, they witnessed whatever he did in that state, most likely. Yeah, I cannot imagine how scary and traumatizing that was. And if you've even ever experienced somebody who is in the throes of a mental crisis, you know how terrifying that is, let alone when that person is a parent and you are a child. And additionally, that he was self-harming, that it was not just, it was a mental health crisis that also involved, apparently a suicide attempt, that he was cutting. It's so awful. It is so awful. Seeing the image was enough. I mean, yes, seeing just the first moments of that video and now thinking about his kids and his sister, his family, having been there and fleeing the house. He publicly live streamed. And that's the other thing too. That is the other thing too, is that is always and forever going to be out there. That there are thousands of people now, I mean more, who saw that happen. That this is not just a report that we are hearing, but we did not witness. This was a publicly live stream attempt at self-harm, attempt at possibly suicide in the midst of a severe mental health crisis. His family fled to protect themselves from witnessing any further trauma as it became clear that he was harming himself. He's a single parent to his children, who are all under the age of 14 and born via surrogacy. His family said to the public to leave the area alone. Our highest priority right now is helping the children begin to heal from what they experienced. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office told NBC News that deputies responded to reports Tuesday night of someone who was live streaming acts of self-harm on social media. The 48-year-old was hospitalized at least 2 times in the months preceding this week's incident for an ulcer, sepsis, and deep vein thrombosis. In recent months, he also had told his followers that he has found God. He rose to fame in the early 2000s, blogging about celebrities' personal lives and other entertainment news. It's a nice way of putting it. His work has often been criticized for belittling women and invading the privacy of others. That is still a nice way of putting it. On Thursday, his family expressed gratitude for the overwhelming outpouring of love, support, and prayers. The event of the past several days has been nearly unbearable for our family. Caroline said the live stream is still up. No. It was up for 15 to 20 minutes afterwards, before it was removed, but obviously long enough for too long. Yeah. I mean, I think there's another part here that reminds me of the conversation I had with Matt and Kat, which is in our episode tomorrow on Boyd George. But another aspect here of this continued pattern, I feel, is happening, exists, of celebrities or the kind of original influencers, right? The pioneers who now, decades later, at this current moment, are now part of the kind of old generation. And I mean, yes, boomers like Boy George, we talk a lot about him coming across now as like another Facebook conservative boomer who's obsessed with AI slop. But looking at Perez Hilton, who in his prime, like he was so influential. He had a lot of power, and he was awful in that influence, obviously. And then now fast forward, how people have far surpassed where he even was. And, you know, obviously as the internet has grown and more people are now online daily and participate in these subcultures and in these internet spaces. But I don't know, there's something about kind of seeing this cycle and the people who were once upon a time at the top of the game, right at the forefront of it, to now see them spiraling out of control, to now see like, okay, a mix of financial issues, a mix of like mental health, like potentially psychosis, just the unraveling, right? The spiraling out, the downward spiral. Perez was always going to get outshadowed because that's how things change over time. And it just feels like we are so deep in the shit now. And I don't know what the breaking point is. Like, I don't know when the real pushback starts to happen. Like how people reacted to Wendy Williams when she was diagnosed. Yes, where it's like the ones who were the ones who encourage the consuming are now being consumed. Entire generations of content creators trying to maintain relevancy or monetization. And we see this play out all the time. We see how there are no boundaries with so many people, with so much of this content. There are no ethical or moral considerations. And now it's all live streamed, right? And we're not just talking about cruel blogs. We're talking about live streaming where people are doing assaults and other really vicious, nasty things. People get banned from Twitch. They go to Kick. It's like, why? It was interesting to hear from Pete, if you know who Premier 2 is, where he's an older guy. I mean, it's not old, but he's older. And then I think being around kind of this new, the new generation, where it's not even necessarily an age thing. It just has to do with the way that content has changed, how live streaming what it has evolved to. And I think, obviously, you know, there's a lot of fun and a lot of good with streamer games, but also it's like these moments that I think were pretty shocking to Pete. And I think kind of the overall vibe of a lot of these streamers, and just there being a real lack of camaraderie and decency, and people don't see each other as people. They see each other as content. Can we can acknowledge that Perez was very much a pioneer of this exploitative content while still having empathy himself as being exploited during his crisis and for what his kids and his family are going through. Like that's it's a horrifying situation. Something I struggle with is how not to succumb to misanthropy and pessimism when most social media is plastered with most base cruelty and sadism, especially because I'm a trans woman. It's impossible to go online without people mocking our deaths. What I would say is cultivate these necessary spaces. If we are not here and if we are not pushing back on this by creating spaces that are not toxic, that are not that are not as we've described, then that's all the internet will be. So it's a way of carving out the space for ourselves online, but also continuing to push back against this growing culture. There's a lot of great spaces. There's a lot of great communities. Let's be clear about that, because I think obviously a lot of the attention gets put on the bad, but I always want to point out the good, and there is good, and there is, there are streamers, there are content creators, there are people online, there are viewers, there are internet users who are not about this, are even if we maybe don't realize how we contribute, we are realizing and trying to be aware of that and trying to do what we can to change the culture. And there's so much good too, obviously. Like, the internet is a very, very, it's a tool, right? It's a tool, and it depends on how you use it. It depends on what your motivations and your intentions and what you are seeking to cultivate. And for content creators, yes, a lot of them are here to just monetize off of rage and cruelty and violence. But others who are here because of what the internet can offer in a positive way, as a tool to create change. Your comparison of blogs and Twitter reminded me of my boss baby style obsession with Marshall McLuhan's The Medium is the Message. It's a great explainer about how the existence of mediums warps society around them in different ways. This is Marshall McLuhan. The Medium is the Message. Became a bestseller with a cult following. Wait, The Medium is the Massage. Sorry. I was like, well, The Medium is the Message. Okay. The Medium is the Massage. The title is a play on McLuhan's oft-quote phrase, "The medium is the message." Why is the title of the book "The Medium is the Massage," not "The Medium is the Message"? The title is a mistake. After the book came out, it had on the cover "Massage." That's funny. After McLuhan saw the typo, exclaimed, "Leave it alone. It's great and right on target." So basically arguing that technologies from clothing to the wheel to the book and beyond are the messages rather than the content of the communication. We far too often treat other people as an opportunity for ourselves. This hyper-individualistic culture has made made too many completely numb to empathy. It's an uphill battle for sure. Yeah. Dr. McLuhan enjoyed his puns too. I do love a pun. And look, obviously the internet exists in this world with its systems and its problems and its people. It is not this completely separate entity. And I think something I was talking about with my mom today, there was this influencer. She was only 26 and she sadly passed away from a rare form of cancer that usually only affects people over the age of 50. She was 26 years old and had been battling it for the last couple years. Sydney. Yeah, I'll show you. Sydney Towley, I think. Towley. She was diagnosed with a rare bile duct cancer, cholangiocarcinoma, and she shared her journey on TikTok and wrote on Substack. But anyway, my mom brought this up to me because, of course, my mom reads the New York Times every single day. And so that's what she'll then bring up to me in phone calls. And the New York Times had done a big piece on her. But in the article referenced a lot of really vile comments and hate she had received. And apparently the New York Times decided to track down people who had made these comments, and every single one that they talked to when they were like, hey, so you're a person who said this awful thing about this young woman who's dying of cancer and has shared her journey online, and she, for whatever reason, you felt the need to say these awful things about her and her situation. Every single person when confronted was like, yeah, I didn't mean that. Yeah, I regret that. Or just showing, again, what we know to be true, which is that oftentimes people behave online in ways that they would not necessarily in real life, that they would not talk to a person like that in real life, that they see that when they are finally called out on it, all it takes is going, why the fuck would you say that? Is this you? For someone to be like, oh, yeah, that was pretty uncalled for. That was pretty bad. And I think a lot of what happens is that people take their frustrations with their own lives and they go onto the internet and they just hit fire. And it doesn't matter if it's a young woman who's dying of cancer and posting her journey online for millions of people. It doesn't matter if it's whatever and whoever on the internet. People will come online and feel a sense of I can say whatever I want and I can say it however I want to say it. But then as soon as they're called out on it, when the New York Times is like, this you, they immediately crumble. And they're like, yeah, I shouldn't have said that. Oops. I have cancer, the TikTok star said. Then came the torrent of hate. Sydney Talley's videos have drawn an enormous audience on TikTok where her followers praise and support her. On Reddit, an army of skeptics was determined to paint her as a fraud. Yeah, they were like, this pretty blonde influencer girl, well, she's faking it. Well, she's a liar. Well, she's this and that. I literally feel like punching her in the face, wrote one commenter. Literally? You literally feel like punching her in the face. Miss Talley's antagonist had quickly concluded that she was leveraging her story of illness for public sympathy and financial benefit. They scrutinized her every word and image, building a case that she was misleading the public. Many accused her of faking cancer altogether. She's now at the center of an intense social media collision that reveals the best intentions and worst instincts of the internet, where isolated strangers can become support systems in times of crisis, and sleuths labor obsessively to root out scammers. But in an online economy that feeds off emotion and internet addiction, it's not always clear who's manipulating whom. On Reddit, her critics saw the stark juxtaposition as evidence that she was not, in fact, sick. And there's also something that's so depressing about reading this New York Times piece now, because the news came out that she passed. This young woman died of a rare cancer that she had been battling for a couple years. Sid must want to be outed, one person wrote. Don't worry, she'll be back with the fake nausea and baby voice in no time. Snark pages on Reddit, also known as snark subreddits, are designated forums where people congregate under the veil of anonymity to critique and mock influencers and celebrities. In some cases, they become skeptical of the influencers they follow and fixated on exposing inconsistencies in their narratives. A snark page devoted to Sydney Talley appeared last fall. A snark page devoted to this young woman who just died of cancer. Ms. Talley marked the occasion of her move with an upbeat video showing her dancing on a city street against the backdrop of Taylor Swift's Welcome to New York. Does something feel off to you about Sid Talley's cancer story? Be respectful to each other is what the group's rules include, and no defending Sid. Oh my God. 6 months later, Sid Talley Snark had more than 1,000 members, a relatively small group, but one with an active core. It was filled with thousands of comments criticizing her public postings, from the way she characterized the severity of her illness to the appearance of dirt beneath her fingernails. Mostly, the commenters focused on their certainty that she was a cancer scammer, like the frauds who have been the subject of the recent documentaries Scamanda on Hulu and Anatomy of Lies on Peacock. She lies about everything, another said. And here's what I will say. Even if you feel so certain that, well, these other snark communities are bad, but me and my snark community, we're good because this person actually deserves this. This is a mentality and an attitude I would caution avoiding completely, because it's a slippery slope, but also it's not a good use of your time. And that's how all snark accounts and snark sites feel like. And it gets to this place where no matter what, it does produce a lot of it does produce toxicity. And often it is a pipeline for internet users, for women. Snark pages, which are heavily populated by female internet users, are a pipeline to right-wing ideology. It's all part of this. It's all part of this culture. Like, this is obviously there's so much misogyny here. If you are actively spending time constantly posting about stuff you hate, it turns your soul into poison. Yeah. Okay, I want to get to the part where they complained that she was too upbeat. I hate her toxic positivity. I don't believe a word she says. Some of the commenters claim to be healthcare professionals. Others compared their experiences of living through a loved one's cancer or their own. Yep, like all the lawyers who had said that Dunham's and Frogan and they're all getting crushed. I'm a lawyer, and I know this to be true. Early 500, thank you for the prime. Tacoma, thank you for the gifted. Aidanel, thank you for 10. Comster, thank you for 27. So much ableism, yeah. Yeah, also getting mad at her for working with brands. And it's like, do you know how much cancer treatment costs? Do you know how much healthcare costs? Yes, you fucking do. Yes, you do. You live in the United States. You know how much it costs. You have personally experienced the healthcare system. Oh, what? This influencer made money as she created content from her personal journey of going through chemo and fighting this rare form of cancer. Helped her to pay the healthcare bills. Also, she worked on the social media team of a large gaming company, which allowed her to work remotely and provides health insurance. Oh my God, her doctor, her oncologist confirmed she has cancer. He's like, yeah, she has cancer. She has stage 4 cancer. Told that skeptics on Reddit believed Ms. Talley was lying about her diagnosis because she looked too healthy and was taking part in behavior they deemed risky, he hung his head low and shook it in disbelief. Okay. I think this is the part where snark first. Yeah, okay. By winter, the online vitriol had intensified. There's something about her looks that annoy me. See, people always think that they start off in a justifiable place where they are they're referencing the content itself. They're referencing some external thing that is relevant and deserving of criticism. Okay. And then of course it always becomes this. It's just, you know what? There's something about her that I just can't fucking stand. Something about her looks that not working for me. I don't like it because it's misogyny. It's just empty hate. Totally wild that people would say shit like this. I treat patients with this and other similar kinds of liver cancer. It's no fucking joke. The heartbreaking thing is that if caught early enough, one can be cured with a liver transplant. Well, it is the internet, but this is why people need to take personal responsibility, but also, like I said, this exists in and throughout our culture. And this is a result of the systems that we live under and that normalize this type of bigotry and hatred and cruelty, and people who feel unsatisfied with their lives, who are pissed off one way or another and feel that this is the only outlet that they have, that this is the way to, like, I don't know, feel better about themselves and their circumstances. This guy was urging people to complain about her to the companies whose products she endorsed. You know, I'm so curious. I just need to go see. I need to go see. 1 second. Huh. The only post that I see on the snark page is someone saying, remembering Sydney. Opening this up for sharing positive thoughts and memories. I hope that she's at peace. Oh, wait. Sorry, I guess I'm confused. The snark page is down, only the snark. Okay, so I guess that's snark towards the snark. My bad. Snark versus snark. Snark versus snark. Yeah, okay. The internet loves a fight, and eventually an anti-Sydney contingent began to gather steam. This was created in part to criticize Ms. Talley's critics, who some believed were harassing her. They reported the original snark page to Reddit administrators, flagged various comments and specific people whose posts seemed alarmingly aggressive. Reddit told them that the content of the snark page did not violate any rules. It also warned at least one person that she was abusing the reporting tool. One woman in the Midwest became so disgusted by the venom directed at Sid and by Reddit's apparent apathy that she took action. Okay, here's the part of contacting the people who are part of this. She sleuthed out this woman, a nurse who has worked with cancer patients, spoke on the condition of anonymity, so she did not open herself to online bullying. She sleuthed out the real identities of nearly a dozen active Reddit skeptics by cross-referencing personal details they shared in comments with information on Google, Instagram, LinkedIn, and even the interior. Photographs of a home seen in a Zillow listing. There was a woman who works at a fintech company, a woman who runs a daycare center for children, a self-described yogi, and a woman whose nephew died of cancer. Beginning field 2421, among the most persistent critics was a woman named Connie Wright, the privacy officer for Valley Health System, headquartered in Bergen County, New Jersey, where she shapes and manages the organization's patient privacy practices. What the fuck? In a message sent to the Times on Reddit, Miss Wright, who's 53, said, "I've remained anonymous to avoid backlash or reputational harm from a public figure with a large and active online following." She then deleted her account. The Times also contacted several other participants in the snark page. Those who responded asked to not be included in this article. Some stopped posting or deleted their social media accounts altogether. "My cancer knowledge is extremely limited." One of Miss Talley's frequent critics texted, "Please respect my privacy." Oh, okay. Huh. This is the 53-year-old who works as a privacy officer for Valley Health System. "Grifting and manipulating is very overwhelming," and posted an unflattering screenshot of Sid Talley's credit. I honestly wonder how these people are feeling today. What are they thinking today with the news that Sid has died? Do you think there's any... Yeah, on to the next one. Do you think there's any kind of evaluation? At least one of them is trying to convince themselves it's a hoax. I'm sure they'll find ways to excuse themselves, resolve themselves of anything here. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what the fuck my mom was talking about. Maybe she read something else, but I swear she was like, "Yeah, I read this thing in the New York Times when they talked to people who were part of this group that were harassing and going after this girl, and they were like, oh, I got found out." Maybe there was something in here that I missed. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't happen, because I've experienced that myself when it's somebody who comes in here, or I've gotten messages before and I usually don't respond, but every once in a while I'll just be like, "Hey, that's not normal. Like, that's not okay." And they'll go, "Oh, I'm sorry. I had a bad day." Or even if I don't say anything back, I'll get these awful, awful, hateful messages and then a follow-up like, "Hey, you didn't deserve that. I was having a bad day and I took it out on you and I shouldn't have done that." Where it's like, okay, I guess there's some growth here, but I also don't trust you're not going to do this again. So let's take this growth and keep on growing. Let's keep on growing from this growth. Because that's the truth. It's like everyone's so vitriolic until they realize there's someone else on the other side of the screen. Yeah. I think what's awful, okay, it's awful, that reality of when people are anonymous online, it just gives the excuse, right? Encourages to be as nasty as possible. What is a different kind of awful are people who are not anonymous online. People who are behaving so poorly. And I gotta say yet again, seeing the way that online leftists, and I don't mean some person who's got like 5 followers, okay? I mean people who have like a platform, are involved in electoral politics, the way that they continue to behave, there's like a gloating over... There's a gloating of, I don't know if anyone had paid attention to Washington 9, Kashama Sawant, who came in 4th. She's a socialist, was the first and only member of Socialist Alternative to be elected, lost to Adam Smith, who is vile. Okay, this guy is horrible. And there are quite a few leftists I've seen who are celebrating this because they don't like that she, as they quote, stabbed DSA in the back, that she came after AOC and all, whatever. What the fuck? What are you doing? What, you can have issues with a candidate. You can have issues with like how maybe they run their campaign. And yes, candidates are ultimately responsible for their campaigns. But what's happening is I'm seeing leftists by like consequence of behaving this way, cheering on establishment Zionist corporate candidates. That it's like, okay, you might not be saying yay Adam Smith, but by saying haha get fucked, fucking suck it, you actually are like cheering on the fact that this person lost to someone who's very dangerous and so much more horrible. Like, it's not even close. I don't care. I don't care if it's like, oh, she's a trot, oh, she this and that. I don't care. Okay, this is wild. Leftists are behaving like libs out here. I gotta say, they are behaving like kind of giving blue MAGA, Some of these leftists. What the fuck? It's like, yeah, we know that you care about electoralism more than anything else. You're making that very clear, and you're making it clear that you have an attitude here that is actually prioritizing like individual races and candidates over the actual issues themselves, over like the movements. There's just a lot of like punching left in a really unproductive, counterproductive way. Some are doing that to Francesca. Yes, I'm seeing that being done to Francesca Hong. I'm seeing them say, I don't think she has the ability to govern. Where it's like, let's unpack that for a second. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to get on this topic again, but it's just kind of like, I get being frustrated with people online. I feel that way as well, but I'm amazed to see how openly people are just so vicious to so vicious to supposed like fellow leftists and people who are like supposedly we're all part of these, all a part of the movement, all a part of pushing for this change. And I think like, yes, you can have disagreements. Absolutely. Yes. Like there can be people who are causing problems. But it's just like this overall, like, I don't know, kind of blood sport. You know? Do you think they could be ops at least a few? I'm sure, at least a few. But by and large, it just kind of seems to be this. These growing attitudes, like this environment that is feeling like pretty hostile. I'm not gonna lie, it feels pretty hostile. Like I don't even want to get involved. I'm gonna be for real with y'all. I am not typically as involved in kind of, I would say, the like online political commentator left that others are. Like I'll chime in every once in a while, but I want to feel even less involved because of how vicious it feels, that I'm like, nah, I don't even want to get into any of this. It does feel vitriolic. It does feel like, oh, people who I would think we would probably get along, we probably have a healthy, robust conversation, even if we express disagreements like in real life. This feels not possible in online. Like, it feels as if I better watch out. Ooh, and then their audience is coming after me. I don't know. Yeah, so anywho, all right, last thing that I wanted to cover here, which I think is very interesting. I think it's very interesting that Sophie Cunningham.
So you say you want to keep it basketball related?
Sophie Cunningham just wants to talk about basketball, wants the focus to be on basketball. So y'all need to stop talking about what she has said regarding trans people. You need to stop talking about what she's been talking about, because the focus is not on basketball anymore. It's a distraction. So yeah, she was out here bragging about how she tells it like it is, that she said what she said. She's been happy to do her Fox News and other appearance. I don't actually remember if she went on Fox News, but like that she did go on Fox News. Anyway, she's happy to do her media appearances. She's happy to be featured in in magazines for her comments. She's happy to like have gained followers from that and attention from that. But now, we really need to talk about basketball.
Did you have anything that you want to say on like your approach to that and why you want to focus on that moving forward?
Yeah, I think that there's so much good going on in the WNBA. I think that basketball is being played at the highest level it's ever been. I think our team in specific, we are breaking history right now with the amount of points that we're scoring on back-to-back games. I think the Minnesota game, there's just so much distraction. I think the WNBA media, all we ever do is cover everything except basketball. And
it's so interesting, almost like transphobes and this movement to suppress trans rights and trans lives, almost like they use women's sports as a vehicle for that, which ultimately too, they seek to control all, the entire autonomy of cis women. They seek to control cis women as well. Our lives, our rights. Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost like they don't give a shit about women's sports. They don't care about women. They use it as a way to center their attacks on the trans community. Huh. Would you look at that? She played 28 minutes and scored 2 points today. Well, maybe she needs to fucking focus on basketball. Maybe that's what Sophie should have done from the beginning. She should have focused on basketball.
it's like, what are we doing? There's so much, like, you can talk about other things. I think those are great stories. I think it shows fans, who people are outside of the court. But I also think we got to keep the main thing. And I think when it comes to the Minnesota game, I think there is so much distraction. But, like, the matchup between Miles and Kelsey was phenomenal. Our team, that game in particular was a great game. And so I think that there's a lot to be said, and I'm going to let people just do the speaking for themselves. But for me, I want to get back to basketball. It's always been about basketball. That interview happened in February.
It's always been about basketball. No, it hasn't.
When I was asked a question. And so for me,
that interview happened in February. That is so funny that you're trying to say that happened forever ago, because you've continued to make comments. You just took a fucking photo shoot. You just did a photo shoot with Riley Gaines. What are you talking about? I'm looking at her Instagram now, and she has her little fucking stupid ass pics from last month, July 23rd. I said what I said. That is about her transphobic comments. You mean this from a week ago, where you were bragging about what you said? And now you're trying to be like, that interview happened in February. Why are we still talking about this? Why? We're all here to talk about basketball. So let's get back on that. Come on. Transos love to hate on us, then get mad when we push back and say, why are you focusing on this? They're like, why are you so obsessed with trans rights? Like, why are you so obsessed with talking about yourselves? Why are trans people so obsessed with talking about trans people? It's like, do you understand that trans people have to be, quote unquote, so obsessed with talking about trans people because they are trans and you are obsessed with them in the first place? And they are having to argue their humanity and their right to have rights. So fuck off. This really feels like as I've already said too, it feels like Sophie got a little too ahead of herself. Sophie was making these comments and was posting snarky captions on her pics, and I'm sure gained a number of followers from this and is getting attention from all the worst people and all the worst media. But there has been a ton of backlash to this as well. There's been a huge pushback and a lot of people who have rightly called out the fact that she fucking sucks as a basketball player. That it's like, oh girl, you're doing this because you're actually so mid and you're not going to have a long career. So this is a classic reactionary pivot. And I think that she is maybe realizing that perhaps the strategy was not exactly the best strategy here. I don't know.
Just want to, make sure that.
You see, JD Vance had a message for Sophie. Yeah, of course he did.
Have you been following Sophie Cunningham and what's happened? I know you're a big sports fan, the WNBA. She's been targeted, elbowed for her beliefs. I mean, she basically believes girls' sports should be protected. I was a college athlete, and this is an issue near and dear to my heart and so many women across the country.
Yeah, of course.
Your reaction to what's happened to her?
I just think, look, sometimes when you're courageous in this country, some of the worst people in the world try to attack you.
You know, I was a college athlete. This is near and dear to my heart.
Keep speaking your mind. You actually are inspiring a dozen people.
Exactly who I want to hear from. JD Vance. JD Vance talking about honoring women's sports, protecting women. Yeah, this guy.
Every person that criticizes you, and we cannot take our country back. We cannot save the United States of America unless you have people of courage who are.
For the millionth time. To all the transphobes out there, or people who wouldn't even call themselves transphobes, but are buying into this vile propaganda, into this disinformation, into these lies, into this distraction. Is your life better? If trans people disappear, if they are stripped of their rights, if they are forced into hiding, if they no longer are seen, heard from, if trans people are not here, does your life improve? You might be thinking, oh yeah, how will your life improve genuinely? But unfortunately, that is the nature of being a scapegoat, is that as a scapegoat, the trans community, which is a also small, very minority population, have been used to convince people that they are the problem, that they are what's getting in the way of people's lives improving, which is absurd. And it's hard to talk people out of that when they are so thoroughly convinced of it, because it's easy. It is easy to blame a group of people who have nothing to do with your life's circumstances and conditions, and in fact are struggle, they are hurting as well and are even more disenfranchised. But that's why these losers like J.D. Vance and the Republican Party, conservatives, use scapegoats.
Speak in their mind. The thing about courage, Laura, is it's contagious. When you see one person, even if they have the mob come after them, one person speak their mind in a courageous and honest way, it inspires a lot of people to do the same. So I would tell Sophie, keep going.
How much
more successful?
Yeah, well, Sophie is over here like, oh, can we talk about
it stays, the focus stays where it should, because people are playing at such a high level. We have probably like 3 MVPs that could be MVPs on our team specifically. And so that's why I want to do that.
Thank you for elaborating. You talk about all the distractions.
Yeah.
Like, what is your, and one, keep the main thing. What has been your approach? Like, how have you seen this team kind of grapple with that, where you are playing some of the best basketball that you played all season, playing at such a high level?
Well, not you.
And everybody wants to penetrate that bubble. So how do you focus on keeping it tight?
Yeah, I think that's how it's always been in the W. My first 6 years, I was with DT and Brittany Griner, and so that causes a lot of buzz on your team as well, and so you just had to protect the locker room. And then when you come here, it was like 100 times more. And so last year, I think we had a lot of preparation for what distraction and outside voices could do to a locker room. And so this year, I think we're used to it. We're tight in the locker room. We try to protect those walls like no other. We try to protect each other.
Me, when I throw firebombs, I'm like, well, actually, we're really good at handling. We're trained for this. We are trained for these outside forces trying to do something, trying to penetrate in our circle here. Like, we know what to do. We know how to handle it. So we're just going to keep doing our thing. And it's like, idiot, dumbass, dumb fuck. You are why this is happening.
Like no other. And so I just think that when you have this platform and everything you do is just magnified by 10,000, you kind of get used to it. And so this team, everywhere we go, every team we play, it's their Super Bowl. And so it's nothing new for us. And when you join this team, it's just something that you have to expect and you have to know going forward, like all eyes are on you 24/7.
You talked about doing the interview back in February. Is this...
I love that she's acting as if all eyes are on 24/7, as if people care about women's sports, so their eyes are on it constantly. When the reality here is that women's sports is talked about like this, that the eyes are on women's sports because of the trans community being used as a scapegoat, because of trans people being held up as the great violators of women's safety and rights. It's like, hello. You think all these eyes are on women's sports? You think people are like constantly having to fend off all this attention because of the sport that you're playing?
Kind of reaction something you expected, or the distraction something you expected?
No, I was asked a question, and that's simply what it was. I just wasn't making a statement to make a statement. And so I was trying to clear the air, and I did that back in February. And so it is what it is. And like I said, we're in the middle of season. I'm going to keep it that.
Yeah, I wonder, too, if her PR rep was like, you got to back up a little bit. We got to back up a little bit. This is not the same as like a guy, as a man in man sports saying this. You're in the WNBA and this is not playing well with a lot of people. You have WNBA coaches and players and fans who are showing up and directly protesting the shit Sophie Cunningham has been saying.
We talk about a bunch of distraction. Our team is good. My teammates are good. Our locker room is great. And so now we're just here about to prepare for Las Vegas, and that's where our mind is at.
Not that hearing boos would be new for any player, but is that from a basketball perspective, is that something that crosses your mind at all, hearing them everywhere you guys have gone on this trip?
No, and you know what I think?
It's so silly. It's so silly. It's like if I'm over here and no one's giving me attention, and then I start spouting bigoted takes, and then I start getting attention. And attention's attention, whether it's good or bad. I'm getting attention and then going, well, okay, honestly, I always get attention. Like, this is just kind of the case. So I'm used to handling it. So I am used to just kind of tuning it out and focusing on my thing, even though I wasn't getting attention before. And now I am because of the things that I explicitly was saying. But I've been here, done that. Hater can't get me down, you know? I'm used to it.
College really prepared me for that. There was different environments that I was placed in that every time I touched the ball, anytime that I was even near the ball, there was boos. And so there's nothing new. And honestly, like, I think people think I'm like freaking out or hate that. I love that. Like, that is sport.
Okay. And then she also posted this little car vid. Thursday morning thoughts from Sophie Cunningham on her IGA. She's very awesome.
Morning and happy Thursday. I woke up early to come charge my car. In the meantime, I went to go get a coffee and a juice. The girl who made my coffee, first of all, makes a great coffee. Shout out you. But she was also just so friendly and just a sweet human. And then also there was a mom in line who was
Those teeth are blinding me. I'm sorry. I can't concentrate.
also just really nice to talk to. And on my walk back from there to my car, I was like, you know what? The majority of humans are absolutely amazing. The majority of us are so good. And I don't know why we let that like 5 to 10% of people who are kind of mean and negative alter our brains that like people are bad and our world is crazy. And like, yes, keep your head on a swivel because there are some crazies, but the majority of us are just great humans. So just remember that. Take care of one another and be nice.
Shout out you. Shout out you. Shout out you. Person who I'm definitely not using for the purpose of this very stupid video to try and counter the negative PR that I'm getting. Does that you exist? Well, shout out nonetheless. Between her impromptu presser yesterday and videos like this, someone in PR with the fever in her or the WNBA has gotten the message through to Sophie Cunningham. But saying all these things and saying to be nice to people doesn't change the fact that she called Dana White a friend, an amazing guy, after he slapped his wife in public, and taking selfies with unapologetic transphobe Riley Gaines. You already told us your value system. Caroline, why are you being so mean and negative? You know what? I'm part of that 5 to 10%. I'm part of that 5 to 10% of people who are bad and crazy. But remember, the majority of y'all, the rest of y'all, aside from us 5 to 10% who are mean, negative, and not shout out us. Not shout out us. But the rest of you, you're good. You are good humans. You are good humans. Bet she was making her own coffee and saw her reflection. Shout out you. Shout out you. You go, girl. But not the negative Nancy's. Everybody just needs to be nice and kind and respectful, and there's room at my table for everyone. I feel like this is pissing me off even more. Like, obviously, a transphobe's a transphobe. Fuck them all. But this is pissing me off even more because she's trying to do the thing where she's like, actually, I'm a really nice person. And everyone who's saying things about me, like everyone else is being mean. I am nice. There's room at my table for everyone. I'm welcoming. I believe there's a space for all of us. I think it's the faux, it's like the delusions of I'm a good person. I'm actually like the nice, positive, kind person here putting out this faux positivity while simultaneously spewing hate. People don't like to listen to women in sports when they're happy with trans women only against.
I think it's trans rights right now is our new battle. That's what I think I was saying, that like the battles have changed. Oh, yes. You know, like our intentions have been the same, but now the environment has changed. We see trans people's rights being, you know, stripped away from them. There's a lot of discourse around trans athletes and where they can compete in. I would welcome a trans athlete on my team or against my team anytime. I don't think it's a problem in the world. It's just another way to kind of attack trans people.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, the fact that she also says, I would welcome a trans athlete on my team or against my team, because as a reminder, there's zero. There's zero. Where, yes, trans athletes should be welcomed. If it were the case, there were a trans athlete to be welcomed in, welcome them. Welcome that athlete. But this non-existent issue that these transphobes keep pointing to as like the greatest frontier, the greatest battle.
You know, we've seen players like Lasia Clarendon who stepped into that forefront and have been brave enough and courageous enough to kind of step up. So I guess that's the next battle that we have to fight as athletes. I think it's trans rights right now is our new battle. That's what
Yeah. Yeah, and we did go over that Heritage Foundation shit. But remember too, it's if you believe in women's rights, if you're like, I'm about feminism, women's rights, etc., blah 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 blah, you must believe and stand up for trans rights. Because one, we are all human beings. We are all struggling for the rights that we deserve. But two, because you cannot stand up for feminism and women's rights and all this if you are opposed to trans rights. Do you not see the connection here? Do you not see the connection between turning over Roe versus Wade and making it illegal for trans people to have gender affirming care, to use a corresponding bathroom, to participate in sports? They're trying to get rid of women's sports. That's the heritage right-wing conservative goal. You idiots! You idiots! You think these people care about women's sports? They hate women. They hate women. Like, why do people think there was a split that led to white versus black feminism? One was not for everyone, was not intersectional at all. Yeah. Yep. All right. I officially have a headache. I did start off this stream with a headache, and now I still have a headache. But I did get to talking about all the topics that I had for the evening. Also, so interesting, no one cares about trans men. Well, we care about trans men. But yes, trans men get left out of the conversation because of the language and the seeming focus on trans women, but anti-trans policies are towards all trans people. I think that chatter was saying no one cares about trans men, which is not true. I don't think they were saying it like, well, okay. I hope my explanation there is chatter. I hope you understand what I'm saying, in that they do. Like, these policies are not specifically signaling out trans women and trans men are fine. Like, it's not it's not like trans men are good and well with their rights here and trans women are not. But I think what they're referring to is like when talking about women's sports, which is a big focal point here, that a lot of these people focus in on trans people, you know, trans women in women's sports. But that's because it's intentional in that they are trying to play into this faux feminist, faux progressive, faux we care about women, we want to protect women, which is very, of course, patriarchal coded, and that, oh, we need to protect women in our society, right? We need to protect our women and our children. And of course, they're doing the opposite. But to be clear, these are attacks on the entire trans community. And also there are, yes, like Elliot Page is a good example of prominent, visible trans men who are frequently harassed and face really intense vitriol online. So there's different issues that trans men and trans boys deal with, but specifically with the right-wing framing of getting men out of women's sports, you know, talking about biological, right? Transphobes love to use the word biological. You love to use that framing. On this issue, like, this will ban all trans kids from sports when they're talking about, like, when they're passing policies right now that are banning all trans kids from sports. It's not just trans girls. The sports panic is absolutely targeted at trans women. It's because they're using that as their vehicle and they keep being like, don't you want to protect women? Blah, 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 blah. But trans policies that are being passed like state to state are even with sports. And even the thing that is the thing you have to look at too is like a lot of the media I'm not saying this to Elliot, obviously, but the media framing, like the headlines make it seem as if it's just trans girls and trans women. But then when you actually read into the language of the policy, it's across the trans community. Okay, y'all. Let me do a little bit of gaming to end here. My head. Ugh. It's not even a period associated headache. Just life threw one at me today. And I said, you know what? No, thank you. No, thank you. Just even covering Max Miller and his bullshit. That alone. Needles in my skull. But thank you for joining the conversations today. Thank you for being here. If you are heading out, just a reminder that we have a special Fear and Gaming session tomorrow, starting at 5:30, allegedly. Do not blame me if it does not start at 5:30. You know I will be here. You know I'll be ready to go. And you know who you can blame. If it does not begin at 5:30, you can already anticipate who the blame should go to. So, 5:30 p.m. Pacific time, Fear and Extras Gaming. I'm not sure what we're playing yet, but we have allegedly Hassan Piker, Will Neff, Austin Show, Cutie Cinderella, Cringe and myself. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be quite possibly stream of the year, dare I say. Dare I say, this alleged gaming stream. Very alleged. No, they did put a post out about it, so I guess maybe slightly alleged. Slightly. So I will probably go live just a little bit before that and start off the stream with gaming, and then maybe we'll do some more fun style reacts tomorrow. Unless there's something that I feel necessitates coverage. Since usually when I start off a stream with something that's not commentary, it kind of takes the wind out of my sails. I'm like, we're already on this path. Maybe we just keep going with the fun. We'll see. Maybe it ends up being an entire Friend Slop Friday. We'll see. We will see. We shall see. Biodrummer, thank you for the 17 months. Okay. I also have not gotten up from my seat. I'm gonna go stretch my legs and get a little bit of water. Hassan will allegedly be playing games. After he reacts to the 50 new news segments about Hassan Piker and how he said America deserves 9/11. And do you condemn Hassan Piker? Loud and clear. All right, let me stretch my legs a bit, grab some water. And then maybe we'll make it to Tahiti. I don't know. Dutch said we were going though. Dutch said we were going. I can't believe Bernie Sanders said America deserved 9/11. He said America deserved to feel the burn. Not believe Bernie Sanders would say that. Is this my horn? No, that's not. Nope. Drew, thank you so much for the 10 gifteds. One last thing to cap off the McLuhan stuff. Most succinct and provocative description of his theory. All media technologies work us over completely. They're so pervasive, permeating throughout in their personal, political. I definitely want to check that out. The medium is the massage. They leave no part of us untouched, unaffected, unaltered. Thank you for informing me, educating me on Marshall McLuhan. Okay, why do I keep wanting to go to this horse? This is not mine. This is not Farlito. I did just steal that. Okay. Let's see. We need to go to... We need to go to the X. So I'm gonna just maybe take this horse for now. I'm gonna take this for now. This is Farlito. Don't watch. Drew, thank you for another 10 gifteds. I have to say, as far as
You hear?
Somebody asked if I've seen Hadestown. Yes, I have seen Hadestown. The song definitely gives a Hadestown vibe.
Hello?
Also, did y'all see the no? If you're in like these the Broadway subreddits and whatnot, but the actress who I think was cast as Penelope posted on her Instagram story basically saying that she had a hand in getting rid of Geno Seegers for his openly bigoted views.
Milton keeps sending us back every
Or
day to
Eurydice.
search this place.
There quite clearly isn't a gang of outlaws holed up here.
Look, those are fresh footprints.
Shit!
Looks like someone might be here right now.
Sure, someone is here. There's always someone everywhere.
Well, let's look around and see if we can find something for Mr. Milton.
Mr. Milton. I'd like to find a poisonous snake for him.
That's enough, Mr. Johns. You take Mr. Bunter and search around back. Mr. Orley, let's head inside. Gentlemen, be careful.
Mango Mom, thank you for the 16 Jubble Cat. Thank you for the 23 Yellow Gumdrop. Thank you for the 24 John Michael. Thank you for the 36. He's doing a YouTube premiere tomorrow, the one you and Sandwich did. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Fuck. Do I take him out? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Slow. Slow but steady. Yep. Rip his dick off. Okay. Yeah, I've got time. Yeah. Shit, where's the next one? You know I don't understand this map. Fuck. I think there's another one up here, right? No? Gotta go downstairs. When the red dots are blinking, it means they're... Okay. Means they're downstairs. And unspoken. Come on, brother.
Found a letter. Mr. Tacitus.
Yup.
You're a dead man!
Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
Look at that, close.
Okay. Wait, why did I have to sneak? Why couldn't I have just killed him like that? See, this sneak shit is stupid. I could have just taken him down. You didn't need to do an... Yeah, what the fuck? Platinum pocket watch. Because it was cool? No, it's cooler when I go guns out. Guns ablazing. Okay. Oh. First, I'm going to put on that hat and then give me this letter.
Dear Uncle Tacitus, I do so hope you enjoyed your vacation. Lucky you, leaving like that. And you always suggested you were too old for travel. I hope you and your cousins enjoyed yourselves. Me and your grandnieces have decided to take a trip of our own, as the place has become so dreary and godforsaken in your absence. We've gone to visit relatives. From my daddy's side, you are not yet acquainted with them.
Wait, this is a letter from Caroline.
A small village just north of Saint Denis.
Caroline.
It's buggy and muggy, but apparently neither is too bad at this time of year. Please come see us when you can. Yours sincerely, Caroline.
Caroline. Girls trip.
Well, thank you, darling niece Caroline. I guess I'm
Well,
coming
now
to see
I know
you
where
in
to
the
go. All right, go to LeKay. Wait, so is Farlito here? Did they leave all? Yeah! Wait. Your horse is lost? That ain't Farlito. All right, well, I guess until I get Farlito. This'll do for now. Oh my God. Listen, this is something you're gonna need to get used to, horse, because I kind of do that a lot. Let me see if I can give you something here to make it up to you. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Will you ever upgrade Farlito's perfect. Yeah, just give it some ivermectin. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yo, Arthur is looking rough. I gotta clean this man up. Hello, I'm back. Hello, where's my welcome home party?
Don't be like that.
It's me. I'm alive.
Arthur's here.
Arthur, you're
Yes.
alive.
Just about.
Come inside. Come on, it's raining. Harley, hey, everybody, look who's here.
I always forget if I say Farlito. Farley
Hey,
comes
old man,
in.
wake up.
Hey, Arthur, they got John.
Good to see you.
Yeah, he got arrested.
He ain't hung yet?
Not yet. They moved him to Sisika. He's been working on a chain gang.
Howdy.
He was sitting on this blanket that I put on the ground. Yeah.
Oh, look.
There he is.
They got John.
Okay. How did you folks find each other? What happened? Can somebody give me a cup of coffee or something?
It was Mrs. Adler who saved us, Dutch. After the robbery in Saint Denis, she got us away from the camp before the Pinkertons turned up.
Oh,
then
yeah.
Mrs. Adler and Mr. Smith drove away the degenerates who were living here.
Mrs. Adler, we owe you.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's been real hard, Dutch. We've been surviving, but only just. What we gonna do?
Things have been tough. There ain't no doubt about that. Trust me. I am gonna get us out of here. This ain't over.
And we are going to Tahiti.
In our adventures?
Guess we're more interested in escaping the hangmen on our tail?
Cheerful nymph of the prairie, wasn't you, Abigail?
Oh, sure. My fair heart jumps for joy when I set eyes on you, Micah. We buried Hosea, Dutch. Charles and I stole his body from the law one night and gave him a proper burial. It was real nice.
Yeah. Well, here you is. Well, I asked everyone I could find, and eventually someone new said you fools were out here. Shit. Give me a drink or something.
Get your own damn drink.
In our absence, Mrs. Adler here has been looking after things. Now sit down.
This is Agent Milton with the Pinkerton Detective Agency.
Oh, shit.
On behalf of Cornwall, Kerosene, and Tar, the United States government, and the Commonwealth of West Elizabeth.
Here we go.
We are here to arrest
God, we've been here for 5 seconds.
Give them to a count of 5, then give them everything. Actually, let them have it.
Oh, fuck!
Asked everyone you could find, did you, Bill?
Oh, shit. Arthur, follow Sadie. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Oh, fuck. We gotta take him down.
Where are we going?
This way. There's a trapdoor into the other house.
Gotta take
we
him
can try
down.
to flank them.
Gotta love Sadie. She's the best.
Come on, follow me.
Smart.
Take the other side.
Mistook it for weakness. Now I will show strength, and you may mistake it for brutality. There is no escape for any of you. I shall hunt you to the ends of the earth and the end of time. I killed your friends.
Really starting to irritate me.
Get his ass. Get his ass. Yeah!
We need to push him back.
Okay, let's go.
Sick! Can I use this? Yeah! Can I get on this? Yes. Ah! Okay. Yes. Oh shit, that's my people. Okay, I'm kind of just shooting. Shit. Okay, there's a lot of red. Am I getting them? Okay, I don't think I'm getting them. I gotta go over here. Fuck, I don't even see. I can't see shit. Where's the, okay. I'm looking for the, oh. Ah! Okay. Yes, good job. Good job. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna keep following Sadie. Is this Sadie? No. Fuck. Shit. Literally. Oh, ah! I'm just shooting where it turns around. Yep. Okay. Where's the red? Yep, okay. Red.
You got no way out of there. We'll kill you. I am fighting with you bastards. Get those sons of bitches.
Yep, getting them. Okay, I can't see. I can't see. I'm just running in. Okay.
Get on that Gatling gun, Arthur!
Yep. Okay, now. There we fucking go. There we fucking go. Yup.
We got more on the left here. I'm swinging this around.
Woohoo!
That was too damn close. Ah! Push it on one blow. Ah! Kill him quick now. Run, you spineless sons of bitches!
Fucking die!
You saved us, Arthur.
Classified
Oh, man.
cinema. Thank you for the tier
Yeah,
1.
Sadie.
I subbed just to say, yeah!
You okay, son?
Sure. We ain't been back for more than a few days.
What do we do, Dutch?
Clearly, we need to leave. It'll take them some time to
Hell
regroup.
yeah.
Mr. Pearson,
That was
Miss
fun.
Grimshaw, start packing up.
That was
Javier,
fun.
you and Bill, get out of here. Go scare off any scum still loitering about. We need a couple of days. Now, please, gentlemen. Sorry.
What next, Dutch?
We just need some time. I need some time. Now, we can't go east, because then we'll be in the ocean, so we're gonna have to go north.
What
I
about
guess.
Tahiti?
I just need somebody to buy me some goddamn time, one of you.
You'll figure it out, boss. You always do.
What are you gonna do about John, Dutch?
John.
He's in jail.
Well,
Oh,
look at him.
God.
Abigail,
Dutch
just
is falling
not
apart,
yet.
y'all.
There's talk of hanging him.
It's not gonna come to that.
Dutch!
Not now, Mesa. Not
Dutch
now.
is falling apart.
I'm begging you to. They're gonna hang him. Break the boy's heart.
Oh.
Please, do
Shit.
something.
We Okay. I'm gonna go figure out how we rescue this bastard.
Now?
Yes, now. Maybe at Doyle's Tavern, a million.
God, I love her.
Okay.
God, Arthur looks bad.
My lord, what a goddamn mess. Everything. Not sure what happens next.
I think Sadie should be in charge,
It's been
too.
hard on all of us. Most of all on Dutch, who seems half crazed by all we gone through.
My baby!
Hanging in there.
Let me give a pat.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Daddy's back. A little brush.
Hey, stay calm now.
That's my boy. My other Farlito is gone. Okay, I'm going to Sadie. Fuck Dutch.
You okay, boy?
Oh, Farlito. Did you miss mommy? You miss mommy? Fuck Dutch. He's falling apart. God, Now everything is right as rain. Me on Farlito's back. Riding through the terrain. What breed is Farlito? A unicorn. God, you know Arthur smells crazy. It smells crazy up in here. Oh, fuck! Oh my God, I'm sorry! Farlito, are you okay? Are you okay? Fuck!
Here you go, boy.
Oh, Farlito. Let me give you a little pat.
How you doing, boy?
Okay, you're okay. You're okay. Welcome back, Farlito's like, God damn it, it was really nice when you were lost at sea. Who put that bale of hay there? Who did that? Who did that?
Howdy.
There's a barber on the way. Yeah, I should clean his ass up. Looking nasty. Okay, let's see. Right here. Let's go to the barber. Let's do a quick little stop, get cleaned up. Why isn't this letting me go?
You got a problem with me?
I'm going so slowly.
Leave off me.
Sorry. Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. Oh, God. How do I get in here? Hello. Fuck. Wait, am I not allowed in? Shit. It's because of the crime? God damn it. Fuck. Ugh, whatever. Wait, what if I just set up... Can I set up my little thing? Hold on. Can I set up my... Oh, no, I can't set up my campfire. Okay. We're just gonna go.
Will you please leave me in peace?
We're gonna go. Yes, I'm wanted. I'm gonna go pay. What if I just go do that? What if I go down here? And I give money. I'll just throw a couple bucks. And it will all be fine. Promise. Okay. My God. Damn. I know. Damn is right.
Look, be frank. Are you in some trouble?
Trying to annoy me, friend?
Wait, why can't I pay off my shit?
Property at once.
What?
Okay,
Me?
partner, whatever you say.
Me? Okay. Wait. Hey, I'm back.
Ready for a clean slate?
Oh, shit. Wait, I don't even know anything. Wait, I'm good.
Thanks, mister.
Oh. I'm good as heck.
Hey, boy.
Nice.
You got what the hell's your problem?
I have a lot of them. Let me just get out of here. Let me just get out of here. barber again. Goddamn. Where am I? Over here. Okay, this has been very overcomplicated.
What the heck is your problem?
Got a lot of problems. I'm working on slowing down, slowing down, slowing down.
You got something to say to me?
Nope. Okay. Hello.
Hi there. Come on in.
Why, thank you. I think I shall.
So, what do you need?
I need a haircut. God, Arthur looks horrible. What is happening? Oh, no.
I say
Ooh,
you
that
look
looks
ready for a
so
portrait
bad.
now.
No, I look Ogatron.
Hey now.
Middle part? Oh, so bad. Why is it not looking better? Fuck. He's
Just name your style.
honestly looking kind of rough. I'm gonna be so for real. All right. Oh. Oh, the Abraham Lincoln. Oh my God. You know what? Fuck it.
That's, it looks pretty good.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Well, I guess we're all done
can
here.
he get like a facial or something? This is hell.
Thank you.
Hey, that's where you going?
Hell. He has never looked this chopped. I'm gonna keep it a buck. He needs a bath. I know. We're just gonna go. We're gonna go find Sadie. At least he's got his hair cleaned up. Is that why his eyes are red though? Because he needs a spa day.
Hello.
Arthur Morgan's complexion changes in Red Dead due to the game's realistic depiction of aging and environmental effects, including dirt, grime, and weather. Well, something else. Maybe trauma. Oh, fuck. Shit, what's happening? What's happening? Is he dying? What the fuck? Oh no, does he have consumption? The tuberc?
Mister, are you okay? Mister, are you okay? Are you okay, mister?
No, I think he's dying.
Mister, you don't look so good. Let's get you to a doctor. Come on, it's not far. Just down the street here.
Oh shit, Arthur. Dude. You need some ivermectin.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I'll be fine in a minute.
No, Arthur, brother, you're really dying.
I'm fine.
Nearly there, just around this corner.
We should have never left the theater.
Now you head in there, friend. Go on.
Wait, this guy's so nice. Thank you. Oh my god, he looks like a zombie.
Can I help you?
I need a doctor.
Oh, just 1 second, sir.
Come in, pal. Come in.
Oh shit.
Mister, I need some help.
And so it seems. And that's Dr. Mister to you?
Dr.
I'm
Mister.
sorry.
I was joking. Look, friend, I don't mean nothing, but you got money?
Yeah, I'm rich.
I mean, before I start treating you, because
Yes.
I got a family.
Yeah, I understand. Here, that do.
Oh my
Sure.
God, Arthur looks...
Thank you. Now, what's wrong? I mean, what appear to be the symptoms?
I don't know, dude.
I
I'm
think
dying.
you've heard them and I'm coughing.
Is there any blood?
Sometimes.
Oh no.
Okay, now here.
Oh
Breathe.
no.
Again. Let me see your tongue. Now say ah.
Ah.
That didn't look good.
What is it?
It's not good news.
I
Oh,
guess
no.
that.
Oh no.
You got tuberculosis.
Fuck, it's the Burke.
Really sorry for you, son. It's a hell of a thing.
It's the Burke.
You're real sick. It's a progressive disease, and you'll be... Now, the best thing is rest, and getting somewhere warm and dry, and taking it easy. Now, is that possible?
Sure, I can just take my winters in my country club
No, I have
in
to...
California.
We gotta get to Tahiti.
No, it's not possible.
Well, like I said, I'm real sorry.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, wait. Let me get you a little bit more energy today.
Oh yeah, shoot me up. Do you remember the debt collection quest at the beginning, roughing that guy up for money and he coughed on you? Is that why I have the Burke? Fuck! Wait, what am I supposed to do? Is Arthur just dying now? Bro.
Don't make me beg you, Arthur.
Fuck.
Who made you the messiah to these lost souls?
Who's gonna take care of Farlito?
And you've as good as killed him yourself.
You will die savagely, all of you.
This is depressing. When do they got them antibiotics? Oh, fuck. That's why he looks so terrible. And I was out here saying he needs a facial. He's got the tuberc. Sadie, help! I'm dying. Well, he needs a facial too. Yeah. Oh my God, Arthur, you need
problems
some
coming in?
R&R.
Nah.
Guess they know now we ain't in the city.
Who, Mr. Milton's friends?
Yeah, they've had patrols out ever since you boys disappeared. Well, at least you're alive.
Well,
For now,
funny you
yeah.
say that.
What happened in...
Guama?
Yeah.
Nothing nice.
What happened to Dutch? Because he seems...
I don't know. Seems as what began happening in Blackwater began happening years ago, maybe. Fuck. Slow decline, I guess.
Wait, am I dying of? Is he dying of
I ain't
tuberculosis
quite
because
sure.
of low honor?
What happened here?
I started gathering people up as best I could after you boys left. And John, you know that part.
No.
I do.
Okay.
And Hosea.
So that too.
Hell, we got Lenny's body out as well. Bribed the morgue and buried them together.
I was like, wait, did the
Follow me.
tuberc come from low honor? Oh, sorry! Oh my god, it's the tuberc. I'm sorry. Killing horse is the leading cause of tuberculosis.
What's your plan here?
Well, I figure before we do anything, we need to make sure John's even still at this prison.
What the fuck?
How do we do that?
We need to get up high enough to get a proper look at the place.
What? It's on an island, ain't it? Unless you're planning on learning how to fly.
That's exactly
I almost took that
what
guy
we're gonna
out.
do.
Almost took out
Found us
Sadie.
a hot air balloon.
You ain't serious.
Now, the pilot, or whatever you call him, he thinks we're just in it for a lesson. Bit of a tour. He's quite the character. I think you'll like him.
You know, I'm impressed.
Sadie,
you really
I'm
stepped things
dying.
up, ain't you?
Hey, we didn't know if you was even coming back.
But I want
Whole
you to
thing hit
know,
folks real hard. You can see it.
I
Aaron's
love
gone
you.
fallen fully into the bottle. Strauss is a bag of nerves. Swanson's actually gone and cleaned up his act.
Is that a
So
hot air
I guess
balloon?
it ain't all
Yes,
gone
it
to
is.
Shit. Oh, she a beauty, ain't she?
That's what we're getting
Here
in.
on the ground, yes.
That is
Bullard?
for us.
Mr. Bullard.
Ah, Mrs. Adler. It's good to see you. Good to see you.
This is my friend I told you about, Mr. Morgan.
Ah, yes, Arturo Bullard. At your service, sir. At your service.
Arthur Morgan.
Well, it's a nice, fresh day
We
for
getting
flying,
that thing?
sir. A day
We
like
getting in
today,
there?
and Icarus would have made it across the sea. Have you ever flown before, sir?
No.
Oh, it's quite
No,
a
I
thing.
have
Quite a
tuberculosis.
thing. Now, put these on and hop in.
Well, ain't she coming?
Well, women can't fly, sir. Are you insane?
They can't.
Oh, no, sir. It does terrible damage to them, to their vapors. I thought everyone knew about that. Why, a delicate flower like Mrs. Adler? Heavens above or below.
Oh, this guy
you
ain't got
find this
any
guy?
idea.
I told you two would get
If
on.
women fly up in the air, their
Are you
boobs
sure
fall
about this?
off.
Certain, sir. Quite certain. Mrs., let us away. Wish us luck. I've only crashed twice. Now, pull on that rope and hope for the best.
You boys have fun.
How did you get out of this?
Up, and away. Right. Time to catch a few vapors of our
We
own.
just immediately die.
It's a little overcast,
That would
but
be
I'm
pretty
expecting
funny.
some good wind once we're high enough. We should still have some decent views over the river. Now, one hates to be coarse, but on the subject of ablutions, liquids over the side, solids, do your utmost to levy the
Wait,
situation
like,
until we land.
If I gotta,
Okay,
if I gotta shit, I just shit over the side.
Fell foul to a rotten oyster on the ascent. A decidedly harrowing experience for all involved.
Keep going, sir. We need to get up above the clouds.
Damn.
It really is stunning.
It'd be like
up
Dave
there.
Matthews
You'll have
Band
seen nothing
with
like
the
it.
poop bus. Okay,
All
hot
right,
air
then,
balloons are
let's break through
crazy.
these clouds.
Like just low key, so scary.
My God.
Yes, heavenly indeed. Quite remarkable, isn't it?
We
Feels
are
like we have
so
a nice westerly
high.
wind, so keep her around this height. This particular vessel is state of the art, sir. Imported from Europe. Won't find more than a couple of these on this side.
Look at how high up they
So
are.
long as it works.
Maybe ease off the throttle there, sir.
Oh.
We need to be lower. There's not enough wind at this altitude.
Okay, I'm trying.
And looks like we're moving again.
You sure you shouldn't be doing this?
Oh, not at all. A child
Yeah,
could
what?
operate this.
Yeah,
with
why
lucid
am I in
vision.
charge?
Besides, Mrs. Adler told me you were very keen to learn the ropes. We have plenty of those.
She did she?
Yeah, a child could operate it, but not a woman.
Arthur and Arturo. How perfect is this?
A baby
My mother
could
was
do
a
it.
keen student of the Italianate. My brother's called Baldessario, so you could say I got off lightly.
Look, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Okay, we're getting a little high now.
You just gotta stay high. Wow, would you look at that? Pretty sick.
That's better. Look, we can see
Wow.
for miles now. Did you breakfast in the city this morning, Mr. Morgan?
Not exactly.
Well,
Far.
I have a boiled egg in my pocket here that you're very welcome to.
Oh, wow, a boiled egg in your pocket. Yum.
Recalling the ablutions discussion.
Well, just say the word. So, if I may ask, what got you interested in the pursuit of aviation?
I didn't exactly. Mrs. Adler thought she'd surprise.
Far, you want an Andre to
very
take you
nice
for?
woman.
No, I'm not even gonna
And
say it because he's
no
gonna
shrinking violet.
only understand one word here,
Definitely not.
and it's
I prefer slightly more feminine attire on a lady, but variety is the very spice of life, as they say.
42
Or is it though? Did you know they locked up the man who wrote that in a mental asylum?
I did not, Mr. Bullard.
Whoa there. No need to go any higher. See that building up ahead on the island? That's the infamous SUUCKSSS Penitentiary.
Whoa!
We shouldn't fly too near to it, though, sir.
Sorry, we're going in for a closer look.
Whoa!
What do you mean? Mr. Morgan, please, this is most irregular.
Well, you want a happy customer, don't you?
Look, this isn't funny now. What on earth are you doing?
Oh,
The guards
you'll
are bound to
see.
spot us.
Calm down. They won't care if we stay high enough. I'm just looking for a friend of mine.
Yup.
A friend?
Poor bastard has a habit of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I heard they got him working the fields in a chain gang.
Dear God.
Let's see. Keep an eye out. Can't see shit. Oh, wait. Let's see.
The wind. Well, this is most unusual.
Relax, Mr. Bullard. Here, take over.
I'm like the great, powerful
Keep
Oz.
us well away.
I'll do my best. This filly isn't the easiest to control, you know.
Nope, not there.
Please hurry.
Yes.
That's not him.
Well, where
Is that him?
Is that him?
Yep, that's
Yes. John! Wait, can we just get him in the blue now?
My God!
What are
Oh,
you doing?
shit!
I can see there.
Ascend! Ascend!
I'm trying!
Didn't I tell you this would happen?
Oh my God, they're gonna...
This is absolutely
Wait, should I shoot at him?
The wind speed is picking up. We should stay at this altitude.
I'm getting
heading
friggin'
northwesterly,
shot.
So that should take us back to land. Dear God, I'm shaking like a leaf.
Shit!
All right, we're in the clear now,
How are
Mr.
there not
Bullard.
bullet holes in the balloon?
Yeah.
Good Lord! My heart is pounding. I must say, the specifics of this job were not described to me at all sufficiently.
Well, it's done now.
He's like, this is not what I signed up for. Yeah, how the fuck did they miss the enormous balloon target?
There's Annesburg.
Sure.
Good Lord, is that Mrs. Adler?
Where?
Being chased.
Oh shit.
Yes.
All right, man.
Try and get us near.
You take control of the balloon.
Will there
I'm
be more
getting
trouble,
to shooting.
I expect so.
I'm starting to rather
I'm
enjoy it.
getting to a shooting.
Hey, say
I got you, Sadie. Shit.
Shit. They're O'Driscolls.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to take down some
Yes.
horses, unfortunately. I am sorry ahead of time. I'm sorry ahead of time. Unfortunately, my aim is not that good. I say as I literally nail it.
With the O'Driscolls right now.
Oh dear, that boiled egg feels decidedly scrappy.
Yeah, fuck your boiled egg. Fuck, this is so hard. Shit! Oh no, my God! How am I supposed to do this? Okay. RB, here we go. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. But this time... This time we're doing headshots.
Shane, up there!
How did none of them fucking die? I don't understand.
They're O'Driscolls.
Okay.
Mrs. Adler has a lot to answer for.
Yes.
That's it. Show them, Miss
Fuck!
Morgan.
Fuck!
The O'Driscolls right now.
Shit, man.
What a day!
Shit, okay. You got this.
Oh my God!
Yep, okay, good job. You got this. You got this! Save your
I might
girl!
need to adjust my feet. What's the excitement I've had in here?
Fuck. Okay, nice. Yes! Ooh! Oh! got shot. She definitely got shot, but she's her. Yeah, but her vape. Wait, no, her vapors. She can't be up there.
Crash.
You have a real habit of stating the obvious, Arthur.
Hold on.
Not too
Break your
bad.
neck.
But that's what happens with the woman vapors.
Yeah, maybe.
Fort.
Damn it, look. There's more of them on the other side. They must have followed us. Get behind something. This ain't over yet.
Fuck. Here we go.
These goddamn O'Driscolls.
You can't leave us for one day.
Just kill these sons of bitches.
Don't worry. Me and Sadie.
Send every last son of a bitch you got.
My favorite duo.
You ain't goddamn man.
Got him. Oh shit. Oh shit.
How many of you does it take, huh? Look out behind you. You're gonna pay for what you did. There's even more than coming out of the woods.
Yep. Okay. Hold on. Yup. Fuck. Dude, you know what I freaking need?
Boys are a goddamn joke.
Sadie, I don't know. We're like kind of really outnumbered. Yep, okay. God, do I have any fucking dynamite? Hold on. Yes, I do. Nice.
Come on. Let's move on and finish these bastards.
Yep, see ya, idiots.
Nearly there. Only a few of them left. Look at those cowards.
Woohoo!
I'll catch up with you soon enough.
God, I love that she's kind of insane.
Looks like we made it. That'll show them.
She's kind of
I
crazy.
left you an hour ago. You can't stay out of trouble for one goddamn hour. You got that poor
Bang,
bastard killed for his troubles. I kind of like it.
They got Combe, the government. They got Combe O'Driscoll. They're gonna hang him in Saint Denis.
Hang him. Okay.
He's already been tried twice for murder and found guilty.
Sure, no doubt.
Oh my God, I
he'll
forgot
escape
Arthur has
again.
tuberculosis.
No, he won't. 'Cause
Sarah,
we're
thank you for
gonna
Prime.
make sure of it.
We have our own problems with the law in case you ain't noticed.
Dutch will want to see him swing.
Sure, Dutch. He wouldn't even help us with Marston. And our situation
Fucking
is really
Dutch.
messed up right now. You know how things is.
Bastard's gonna swing.
And
I'm gonna
I'm
make
dying
sure
of
of
a
it.
bird.
Closely followed by Marston.
You saw him?
Yes, in the fields.
Okay. Then we go rescue him.
From a state penitentiary?
No.
Doesn't